Hello, YouTube. Hope you're having as good a Wednesday as I am. You know why I'm having a good Wednesday? It's because I get to finally do my first real playthrough of The Fire Rises, the mod that I've just been obsessed and hyperfixating on for months, half a year now. And I wanted to get to play all the vanilla major countries like USA, UK, Germany, Russia, Japan, blah blah blah. But you know what? The time came when I just said enough is enough. I want to play the good stuff. And Hoi 4 has such a lovely alt history, alt history fictions like this one, and I'm very proud to be playing it with you today. So, let me just get a few things set up, and then be on our way. And you'll probably notice I don't have the VTuber model out, and that's because even normally, just vanilla game, Hoi 4 is a pretty demanding game, and this is a pretty demanding mod even by Hoi 4 standards. So I just figured that things will run smoother if I just keep it off. So, and I wanted to try and even have a, how you call it, a little still, because I don't have a PingTuber image yet, but I couldn't even. Time was running out, and it was getting late, so we're rolling models, and you know what? It's just fun. Okie dokie. There we go. Alright, now that that's done, that's good. Now, I'm going to be real with you guys. I I've dipped my toe into the mod a little bit. I've tried to play like contentless warlord before. It didn't go well. Then a lot of times, the world is so dynamic in this mod. I just kind of will start as Bhutan and just do nothing and let the game run while I go out grocery store shopping or something, and just come back and see what mess the world has been made. And so I guess you could call that an observer mode. I usually don't use the observer mode because I usually rather play Bhutan or in the vanilla game Yemen or something that just does nothing, because I've heard that observer mode will actually skew the AI, because it still expects you to play something, and so when it doesn't, it just gets hyper paranoid, and that skews things. But anyway, so I'll leave it on Bhutan and basically play as an observer. And then recently I really started to get into it, and I played the UK. They don't have content. They have this really horrifically shitty national spirit. You can't train units. So I figured, you know what? It's just you're kind of along for the ride for whatever NATO does anyway. The heavy lifters, these two guys, and the frontliners, you're kind of just along for the ride anyway. So I've played the UK, but I haven't played any faction with content, I promise. So this is all going to be new to me. And hopefully it isn't too much of a mess. But we are going to be playing the US. And just want to make sure none of this. Okay, all reset. No settings. No custom game rules. Regular difficulty, historical AI. Alright, enough being paranoid. It's time to take the plunge. Setting the world ablaze. Here we go. The United States of America is described by many as a land of opportunities, wealth, and freedom. A nation that believes no challenge is too great, no mountain too tall, and no risk too discouraging. And after the end of the Cold War, America believed that it would find itself as the single most powerful nation on Earth. However, it would face many challenges, most of which it was unprepared for. Whether it was a resurgence of old and new enemies, or unrest within its own borders, America wasn't going to experience the peaceful century it had hoped for. Instead, it was facing a new world that had begun to increasingly turn against her as time went on. Combined with an increasingly polarized population and murmurs of a new virus in Wuhan, America must truly stand united, for, as Gerald Stanley Lee once said, America is a tune. It must be sung together. Country paths. The Union of America, American Constitutional Government, American People's Liberation Army, Patriot Front, National Socialist Movement, and Adamwakan Division. And all this, all this. And here's some more general information. The Fire Rises is a mod set in our time of January 1st, 2020. There's nothing here to view as of the start that is different from our current timeline, but it will come at a later day in your game. The Fire Rises, or TFR for short, is a mod that makes great use of the Decisions tab, Paradox's greatest blessing to modders, focus trees, and events. It is very important to keep up with these, as without them, your game will not function as intended. You will probably lose/fail your game, so make sure to pay attention. We have poured our hearts and soul into making this mod, and we hope you can enjoy the fruits of our hard labor. With all that being said, we hope you enjoyed the mod and join our Discord. Alright, enough of that. So, a little bit, all the way down. Here it is. 1st of January 2020, the United States of America. So, The Fire Rises is alt history. And you'd be thinking, wait, alt history? But it starts in 2020 with everything as it was, history up until January 1st, 2020. So what's so different? Well, first thing is that and this is the biggest one, the coronavirus pandemic will be much worse than in our real timeline. And that's the first thing to consider. And then pretty much everything else is kind of a result. And you'll see what happens. I won't spoil it for you, but
Position under control. Out. You got it.
I wonder how much of this you actually keep. Anyway. M27. M27 556. Oh. I didn't even know they replaced the M4. Shows you what I know. So, not to spoil too much, but we will be fighting mostly on the home turf, as they say. So, and the thing about Civil Wars and Koi 4 games is that normally, like, if I build a ton in, let's say St. Louis, a ton of industry in St. Louis, that's gonna disappear when the conflict in our own home happens. So we won't get that once the war fires. But I'll tell you what you do get. You do keep infrastructure, and you do keep railways and supply hubs. Although I'm kind of on the fence of what to play. But anyway, I think no matter what we play, we're gonna need infrastructure. Gosh, I don't know. Maybe in California. Yeah. I've seen this play out from the outside plenty of times, but I'm not sure how it's going to play out on the inside, so bear with me. Oh wow, we have 2024 fighter tech. Oh, 82 mils. Although, I wouldn't get too comfortable with these. Oh, F-35s. Yes, plenty of... Oh, we need those. One-man combat aerial division strategic aircraft. These. No tanks. Where are tanks? We have to produce. Ooh, strikers. Abrams tanks. We need at least a line. Actually, more. What? Tungsten and chromium. That's probably fine. Well, who needs aircraft anyway? No, we're going to be sticking around. Ah, the greatest part of all history books, the storytelling. The American century. America, through the past 100 years, has been considered the world's premier power, with the best economy the world has ever seen, a huge, diverse landmass with a multitude of resources and people, and has become the world's premier democratic nation. The last 100 years have provided the United States free range to spread its ideas, with her enemies collapsing it. However, the demons of America's past have come to haunt her, ringing through her head ever louder as the days draw on. The many voices cry for reparations for black Americans who were once in chains throughout the Deep South, with liberation coming to them through the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 during the American Civil War, and later in 1865, the 13th was ratified abolishing slavery. However, not all was right, for they were theoretically free, but the Southerners kept them as slaves in all but name. This was finally ended with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. However, the effects of slavery are still felt. Racial relations have declined dramatically over the past few decades. leading to constant bouts over whether or not America is founded on the suffering of others or on the liberty of the individual. E pluribus unum. Across the world, across Earth, across the cradle of humanity, a new decade has arisen. New Year's fireworks are still going off across the globe, and many are still creating their New Year's resolutions. In fact, the United States of America is not doing anything much different. With every decade, it is tradition for our nation to overview the situations we face, whether it be economically, globally, or politically. Economically, the nation has enjoyed relative stability over the past few years. Inflation and prices have been kept at a manageable level, and development has continued as expected across the country. However, much of this economic stability hinges on one crucial factor: oil. The growing dependence on what has become the new goal of the world is vital to maintaining our nation's power. Should our primary supplier cut off its supply, the United States could quickly find itself in a severe crisis. On the international level, the U.S. has faced a similar climate of tension in recent years. Disputes and incidents do arise, but they are generally handled through diplomatic channels or strategic interventions, ensuring that these issues remain contained and do not spiral out of control. Despite these challenges, the United States' sphere of influence remains largely stable. However, constant overwatch is needed in order to maintain our reach. Of the three main sets of problems the USA faces every decade, it is now the political system of grandeur that inhabits the machinations of our government, of our nation, that is our biggest issue. With the presidential race in full swing and election night rapidly approaching, political tension across the country has reached an unnerving level. Political anger is on the rise, and the polarization among citizens is becoming increasingly. What were once simple differences in opinion have now led some individuals to adopt extreme stances, with many even arming themselves over political disagreements. While the challenges the United States faces in this new decade may appear straightforward at first glance, it is ultimately the outcome of the upcoming election that will decide the course of the nation. The stakes have never been higher, and the decisions made on election night will shape the future of the land of the free for years to come. Cheers to a new decade and a new era for America, whether it be bright or dim. That was a big schlock of the world in 2020. Pretty much the same as what it was in the real 2020. Things might be bumpy, but we, the American people, can handle it. Right? Right.
Position cleared and under control.
Second Amendment rally in Richmond. As the Virginia State Senate votes on new firearm regulations, thousands of citizens marched from across Virginia and from neighboring states amassed at the Richmond Town Hall in support for the Second Amendment. They're both the same either way, so... The State of the Union. The State of the Union this year was an interesting one. As usual, President Trump positively touted his achievements since the last State of the Union speech and invited many people who he considered to have been affected positively by his policies. I don't really want to get. Sorry, I was just worried, the YouTube bot, never know what it'll do. Anyway, the State of the Union was an interesting one. As usual, President Trump mostly coded his achievements since the last State of the Union speech and invited many people who he considered to have been affected positively by his policy. Most notably, Juan Guaido, the interim president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The president was also attempted to calm fears. I guess the writer might not have been English. To calm fears towards the rising COVID-19 virus in China by announcing talks with Xi Jinping about containing the virus. Towards the end of the speech, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi tore up his speech right behind him. I remember that. Which saw the ire of the Republicans and received lukewarm reception from the Democrats. However, the speech was mostly received well and shows our people that America is on the up. And so we have the choice to either side with Trump, which allows us to play as the American constitutional government, or against Trump, and which allows you to play the Union of America, the American People's Liberation Army, Patriot Front, National Socialist Movement, and Atom Foundation. So do we want to play as Trump, or do we want to play as one of the people against Trump? I don't know. I hear American constitutional government is a good path for is fairly easy, but I hear, and it seems like the APLA is like maybe the easiest path. And so, since we're just starting out, maybe I want to try the APLA. We're the sorry, Donnie, but not this time. Government. Trump has proved to be an enormous failure. If the United States is to survive the impending storm, we must do everything possible to get this narcissistic clown out of office. COVID-19 poses a threat to the very fabric of our society. The Centers for Disease Control must be expanded if we are to fight this off. By ensuring they receive expanded powers and funding, we can bring an end to the menace hanging over our nation. Oops. Oh yeah, the stupid debt. Vaccine research time, mask production, implement guidelines. to stability. Purchase fantasies. Or the media has massive influence in American society. By using all of their combined power, we can ensure that the bastard in the White House doesn't get another term. Let's engage them. That seems a little better. COVID-19 virus. World Health Organization, in collaboration with the Communist Party of China, has been closely monitoring the alarming outbreak of a novel virus in the city of Wuhan. The sudden emergence of the virus has raised significant concerns among health experts and global leaders alike, particularly with the return of thousands of Chinese citizens from vacation, which could potentially facilitate the virus's spread to foreign populations. As the situation has escalated, experts have noted that the virus appears to be becoming deadlier, exhibiting an increasing mortality rate that has alarmed public health officials worldwide. Reports indicate that the virus is not only highly transmissible, but also shows signs of mutation that may enhance its viral virulence. This concerning trend has led to intensified scrutiny and research efforts aimed at understanding the virus's behavior and its potential impact on global health. Yesterday, the fears that many had harbored were confirmed when the WHO officially declared that a pandemic is no longer a matter of if, but when. This declaration marks a critical turning point in the global response to the outbreak, prompting nations around the world to take urgent action to mitigate the impending crisis. Countries are already counting their number of infected citizens, with healthcare systems bracing for an influx of patients as cases continue to rise. Unprecedented formation of far-right militias in Virginia. Dear Mr. President, it has come to our attention that after the major Second Amendment rally in Richmond, multiple far-right militias have sprung up in the wake of the nationwide protests. We have uncovered multiple smaller organizations that have been conducting training in the Appalachian Mountains. These militias may pose a threat to national security in the future. Observation must continue. Respectfully yours, this guy. Oh, Director of the FBI, Chris Wray. Oh, so you have, oh. That approval. I love the image design. America's first coronavirus case. Today the CDC has received reports from suburban Seattle hospital with concerning news. America has its first confirmed case of the novel coronavirus, also known as the Wuhan coronavirus, or COVID-19. The patient, a 35-year-old American national who visited Wuhan last week, said he never recalled interacting with any visibly sick people while there or during the flight back, and his symptoms did not emerge until several days after returning to the United States. The patient and his family have already been placed under quarantine, and efforts are being made to track down those he came in contact with since returning to the United States. Since the coronavirus seems to be contagious without displaying symptoms, medical experts are worried that dozens of people may have been exposed without knowing it. Oh, that's bad. Political minus 150. 10 stab, extremely low COVID-19, which gives you all of that. On the up, which is all of that. Replace the Trump economy with lockdown economy. Statewide coronavirus outbreak. Oregon, Portland, Clatsop, and 5 others. So I guess that's up in the Pacific Northwest. Peace deal with the Taliban nears finalization. For months, we have been closely following the negotiations between the Taliban and the Afghan government to reach a peace agreement. With our troop numbers decreasing and public support dwindling after nearly 2 decades of war, we are relieved to announce that the U.S. Taliban deal has just been signed at Doha, finally ending our 20-year-long involvement in the region. Peace at last. So it is in Oregon. The entirety of it. Oh, hey, Capitol Hill. All of that, which we just did. It's better. Oh no, we need. Actually, we should. In Montana, Alaska, Hawaii, Vermont, Navajo, Wyoming. The Dow Jones Industrial Average suffered its worst single-day point drop ever, smashing through records set earlier this month as instability in the Saudi government rattled investors who have already been panicked over the coronavirus epidemic. The blue chip index neared bear territory amid mounting fears of a global recession, plunging a record-breaking 2,013.76 points, or 7.8%, to close at 23,851.02. The Nasdaq dropped 7.3% to 7,000 blah 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 blah. Lots of numbers. After diving 7%, opening minutes of the trading session, triggering a New York Stock Exchange circuit breaker that halted trading for 15 minutes. Monday marked the first time the trading curve took effect since the current thresholds were implemented in 2013 to avoid a repeat of 1987's Black Monday crash. The price of oil shot up to $117.14 US dollars per barrel as disruptions across Saudi Arabia halted production. As the Saudi oil fields churned to a halt, other countries struggled to keep up production amid shutdowns and worker shortages. It seems that a recessionary period is all but certain. Oil crisis hits America, as if the economic situation in America could not get any worse. The collapse of Saudi Arabia has created an oil panic that has placed the last nail in the coffin of our anemic economy. While Saudi Arabian oil only constituted around 21% of our total imported oil in 2019, our other main sources have cut production due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And a few, namely Russia and Mexico, have reacted to the Saudi civil war. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. by raising prices exponentially. Domestic oil production is not at the current level necessary to offset nearly 40% of our domestic oil consumption provided by imports. Wall Street has been nothing short of pandemonium, whether tepid economic gains made after the initial lockdowns. This they are not supposed to do that yet. I think something went wrong, but the oil crisis has decimated what remains of the U.S. economy. Investor optimism is at an all-time low, with some polls showing worse sentiment than the height of the 29 crash. Food and medicine shortages, the likes of which America has never seen, hit much of the Mountain West and Appalachia. Meanwhile, rationing has been instituted across the country in all but name. Given the scarcity of many basic staples, people have been forced to break pandemic curfews to go out and search for supplies, aggravating the spread of the virus. So it references a Saudi civil war. That hasn't happened yet, but I guess that spoils it, but yeah, that's a little off schedule, but it's fine. Atomwaffen Division disbands. Starting as an online group of racist teenagers and commentators, and spreading to a much darker, grimmer, and more militant group, the Atomwaffen Division has grown greatly within the past 6 years. Starting out as 13 close friends shooting guns in their backyards, the group has exponentially expanded to hundreds of members and thousands of sympathizers due to the recent racial tensions, according to the FBI. Much of the Atomwaffen Division's growth can be credited to James Mason, a neo-Nazi accelerationist famous for his underground hit book, Siege. After taking control of the group in 2017, he initiated a massive purge of glowies. Since then, Atomwaffen has been operating, recruiting out in the open, and spreading its violent and hateful rhetoric across the country. Yesterday, Atomwaffen announced on its website that they would be disbanding effective immediately, with little explanation given. Many anti-fascist figureheads celebrated, saying this is a major victory, while many are skeptical, claiming that Atomwaffen and satellite groups are simply moving further underground. They are still a present threat. Trump will say this means no more Nazis in America. They break out. The amount of COVID-19 cases throughout the nation has drastically increased, leading to an increase in quarantines and calls in sick, which is slowing our economy down. The Trump virus strikes again. Our economy is well, we got a few infrastructures in, or things totally tanked. The Dow crashes 2,000 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average suffered its worst single-day point drop ever, smashing through records set earlier. The oil price war rattled investors who have already been panicked over the coronavirus. The blue chip index neared bear this is the same. Some industry experts also see the squeeze in the U.S. energy sector as an intentional ploy by Putin. Oh God, why is the red line going down? Unemployment hits 20%. In a shocking report of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the unemployment rate of the United States has hit 20% for the first time since the Great Depression. Levels 6% higher than the peak of the Great Recession. This shocking report has left the financial markets reeling, with projected unemployment landing around 18 million. With the coronavirus pandemic in full swing, the service sector losing critical jobs in a time where consumer spending has been incredibly low, a contraction in the economy was all but expected. However, combined with the oil crash just a mere 2 weeks ago, the trucking and transportation sector have gone under massive layoffs. Ones that have left millions of working Americans suddenly out of jobs, stranded on the side of the street. The Trump administration has attempted to shift the blame on Democrats, with the blame being put on the COVID lockdowns and the entanglement of foreign trade. While Democrats have claimed Trump's incompetency over reliance on oil for cascading ineffective oil prices. Alongside the infighting among the American establishment, both the far right and the far left have seen surges in membership, with Americans feeling helpless with government policy frozen from congressional bickering and wishing for radical change to solve radical problems. The Trump administration's greatest fear. Oh, yeah, duh. Expands, okay, now. Like a well-oiled machine, our media outlets will ensure that Trump and his supporters receive negative coverage 24/7, so that we can finally convince America it's time for the tyrant to go. Somehow that gives us that many billions? Sure. Oh. Oh, that's why we need to buy masks. Okay. Oh, there goes the Libyan signal. I forgot we can send volunteers while all this is going on. I'm kind of busy figuring all this out. He stared, heart sunken, jaw dropped at the sight of the red number before him. Dow Jones was down. It was down the worst it had ever been in history. Down from 30,000 points on Friday to 15,000 today on Monday. It dropped by half. In the first 4 days of the Great Depression, it dropped by 25%. At this day in history, it took 2 days for it to drop by 50%. He was now potentially tens of millions in debt from a weekend. Badwater Trust's company was now nothing. His life's work, gone in a weekend. From poor boy in New Haven to the living incarnate of the Wolf of Wall Street, back to nothingness again. He walked from his $88 million mansion overlooking the Hudson in his impeccably tailored suit and drove his Lambo down to the Henry Hudson Parkway, whose towering office building smack dab in the center of lower Manhattan. He didn't even bother to park properly, just walking in. Every employee he passed stared at him at amazement at actually seeing him as boss. Each and every one would be out of a job within the week, from the janitor to the vice chairman of the board. He got into the elevator and used a special key card to allow himself to go to the roof. Oh no. Where the ride up was the longest in his life. It wasn't long before he was on the roof, overlooking the broad scheme of skyscrapers. The distant sea farther in the background. The weather today was fittingly overcast. He stepped to the edge of the rooftop, looked at the far-flung ground. He said a prayer to God for the first time in several decades, hoping he'd get past the pearly gates for his mortal sin of seemingly infinite greed. He gathered his nerves, adjusted his tie, and he took the leap into the icy blast. Oh. Well, rich people are happy. Oh, I should have done the other one. I need masks. Few weeks have passed since the start of the oil crisis. 30th, the economic situation in the United States looks increasingly bleak. Massive oil shortages have caused massive queues at massive lines at every gas station, and more businesses are going out of the market by the day due to the decreased business confidence and lower income. With economists predicting that the United States might be heading into a depression similar to that of the oil crisis during the 70s, a mass sell-off of assets combined with the demand for gold skyrocketing to unprecedented highs reflect the fear that has struck at the heart of every American household. Reports show that due to unemployment, increased household incomes, and inflation, the poverty rate in the United States is set to increase to 22%, numbers unseen since 1959. The political reaction has been quite extreme, as presidential candidate Joe Biden has denounced Trump once more for his unsustainable energy policies, over-reliance on oil, while President Trump has blamed the Democrats for their opposition to supply-side policies such as fracking, destroying the domestic energy market. On the extremes, the Patriot Front has been thrust into the limelight once more as they drew massive crowds in a controversial march in Boston. Clad in blue jackets, khakis, sunglasses, and tan hats, their provocative banners blaming globalism caused many disgruntled Republicans to join the ranks. Meanwhile, far-left organizations such as the Party for Socialism and Liberation have organized demonstrations echoing the populist sentiment expressed in the Occupy Wall Street protests, blaming the greed of the capitalist system on the economy. Despite decades of entrenched anti-communist sentiment in the United States, it seems that their membership numbers are skyrocketing as well. As extremism and poverty grips the United States, many fear that the worst is yet to come. I'm going to read these because you can tell some of it is not done by speaking people. Not that the devs haven't done like tons of hard work for this. You can tell a little bit. No judgment though. Moderate income hardships. We can't access the international market. Okay, we need to get those stupid masks. More viruses. At least Yep, it's spreading. Let's see. What can we get? Not spending money. Prolonged impeachment. These are all just increasing our approval. Is it worth it? I'm not sure. Ooh. Freeport Complex chemicals plant strike. With the COVID-19 pandemic in full swing, Workers in the Freeport Complex chemical plant have gone on strike to protest wage stagnation amid high inflation and unsafe working conditions. Following decision to include the chemical plant's workers in the definition of necessary workers, as many as 9 workers have already died from COVID-related health problems, prompting the strike. Security personnel from Dow Chemical Company attempted to remove the strikers from the premises to little success following a 2-hour standoff with the armed strikers and private security forces. The strike has received nationwide attention due to the chemical plant being one of the largest production facilities in the Western Hemisphere, producing ethylene, propylene, polyethylene, and propylene oxide. Following a failed negotiation 14 hours after the initial standoff, the local union representatives heightened the tensions by publicly supporting and sharing rhetoric. The Center for Political Innovation, a far-left radical organization associated with the American Jacobin. This escalation has allowed the Trump administration to label the group as communist radicals and threaten the use of force to break the strike. Solidarity to the workers.
All clear.
Oh, 59 divisions. I wonder where the 6th is. Freeport complex strike broken. Following 4 days of failed negotiations, the sit-in strike at the Freeport complex chemical plant has been broken as security forces of Dow Chemical Company have dispersed the strike by force. The company, Dow Chemical, has announced that all workers who had participated in the strike were to be laid off for breaking company policy, as well as the hiring of over 300 new engineers and technicians to replace those who have been fired. With the end of the strike, public opinion is painfully split. The left blames the Democrats' inaction to prevent government-sponsored practice, anger directed at the company for violation of workers' rights. Meanwhile, the right has praised Trump for the fight against communism and denounced the strike as anti-worker due to allegiances to the CPI. Regardless, many worry that the new workers are not up to par with the old ones and will cause significant risks to production. Another example of Trumpist tyranny. Aha.
Roger that.
Where is it?
Roger that.
I want to know
Position
where
under
it is.
control. Out.
Oh, finally, we can buy the masks. The guidelines. Purchase masks. Oh, we needed to purchase the masks first. Northern California's already gone. Yeah. Richmond police kill unarmed black protester. Yesterday evening, a 24-year-old black man named Quentin Evans died in police custody in Richmond, Virginia. Evans was walking along the street when he was spotted by a police officer who believed he matched the profile of the burglar. Although an identity check confirmed he was not the burglar, he had a warrant for failing to appear in court for a drug possession charge. He was detained by Sergeant James Harmon, put in the cruiser where he suffered a brain hemorrhage and died en route to the police station. Cell phone footage from bystanders, however, reveals a different tale. While performing the arrest, Harmon forcefully pushed Evans' head and body against the brick wall, enough to nearly knock Evans unconscious. He was shoved against the wall again for saying he was in pain. Described, "You're killing me, man," was met with laughing dismissal by Harmon. The footage was posted on social media last morning, resulting in outrage from black community. Spontaneous protests have formed at the site of Evans' arrest, as well as outside Richmond PD precincts and the City Hall. Let's hope they bring change. Oh, that's good for us. Oh, except for raging riots. I guess our consumer goods are already through the roof, so what's a little bit higher? What is that? Deal with the movement. The movement is a collection of... Oh, by the way, that was a whole, like... You remember in 2025 what the real one was, right? It was that guy. I'm glad that they gave him a little bit of dignity at a fictional alternative, even if it isn't basically the same thing. There's not much we can really protect. Arizona, they definitely have to be. That was all our masks. You know what? For Arizona, it's worth it. More masks. Expectations. Oh, no justice, no peace. Oh, that makes the riots easy. I remember those riots. Oh. Federal police deployed to Richmond. Political clashes in Richmond have been increasing in the past few days. Anti-Second Amendment protesters took to looting and setting fire to many businesses in the city, while local police attempted to keep the mass crowd pro-Second Amendment away. Multiple brawls and active shootings were reported. 4 casualties and 89 injuries have been confirmed by media outlets. Federal police and various departments were mobilized and tasked with arresting individuals who attempted to set fire to the town hall. Media backlash was quick to follow. Hundreds of pictures of federal officers in tactical gear arresting protesters off the street and dragging them to unmarked vehicles and promptly driving off. Order is being eroded. Protests in Oregon. Portland, known as a hotbed of extremism on the West Coast, has erupted into violent protests as the movement sweeps across the country. I guess the movement is like Blum, but like fictional. Following the killing of Quentin Evans at the hands of the Richmond PD, demonstrators have called for an end to police brutality, systemic racism, and inequality. They also demanded justice for Black Americans who have been victims of police violence. The protests in Portland drew national attention as tensions escalated between protesters and law enforcement. Federal agents were deployed to Portland to protect federal property, but their presence only fueled the protests. Protesters and federal agents engaged in violent clashes, with tear gas and rubber bullets being used by law enforcement. Despite efforts by law enforcement to disperse the protests, demonstrators in Portland remained steadfast in their cause. The protests continued through the summer and fall, with a number of high-profile incidents and arrests. The protests in Portland and other cities around the country brought attention to the urgent need for police reform and social justice in the United States. Crush the system. Portland will become a movement stronghold. Actually, the movement is good for us. One. Fund it? Okay. Utah? I guess we can protect the four quarters. Right? Saudi king dead. In today's communique, I always had trouble. In today's bulletin, the government of Saudi Arabia has announced the unfortunate and unexpected demise of the country's ruler, King Salman Al Saud, who has been the king since 2015. Although it avoided stating the exact reason behind his death, many rumors claim that the king has been sick with COVID-19 for months. Hence, he hasn't appeared in public view a single time this year. This comes out as just one tragedy in a spree that hit the kingdom, along with the global coronavirus pandemic and oil crash. And while Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud was quickly sworn in as the successor, being the legitimate heir, the level of political suspicion and divide seems to be so great that many can't help but see a trail of conspiracy in its rapid development. Meanwhile, the country is still getting torn to pieces by protests as a consequence of an economic and subsequent societal collapse, with radical Islamic and Republican sentiments reportedly on the rise. The kingdom has been on the verge of a fatal crisis for a while now, and the king's sudden death might be the test that it won't surpass. Send our condolences to the Saudis. Nationwide protests in the U.S. following the tragic death of Quentin Evans, an African-American man who died in police custody. Protests have erupted across the nation. The circumstances surrounding his death are still unclear, but video footage shows an officer kneeling on his neck as he struggles to breathe. The protests have drawn comparisons to historic events like the LA riots, with hundreds of thousands taking to the streets to demand justice. Reports of escalation in the city of Minneapolis, where looting of businesses big and small have occurred in areas where the police department has lost control to the sheer weight of numbers involved in the protests. Political activists have decried what seems to be another run-of-the-mill police brutality incident to what they deem to be a far larger crisis that requires drastic social action to be resolved. Hardline agitators have even equated the current situation to that of a drawn-curtain Jim Crow. Conservative elements have called for a drastic de-escalation, stating that in regards to the incident involving Mr. Evans, that Mr. Evans' detailed legal history displays a precedent for violence against officers, this being the suspect officer used to justify the use of rude force. Conservatives have already begun to arm themselves and enter cities protested in under a pretext of protecting small businesses, which they have stated as being targeted by the protesters. Clashes are inevitable. This is the part of the movie where they say the title of the movie. The fire rises. Dear Mr. President, we have uncovered certain groups that have potentially increased the severity of many of the riots, including but not limited to leaving mass piles of bricks, bottles, rocks, and other objects which protesters then throw at officers. These objects are conveniently placed in areas where dozens of rioters gather. There have been many claims on social media that these piles of objects were placed by massive individuals. Our findings online may suggest that these objects are not merely misplaced. Respectfully yours, Director of the FBI's Chris Wray. Nationwide protests spurred on by the news of Quentin Evans' death in police custody. Anti-police brutality protests has sprung up in Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, Atlanta, Miami, and Washington, D.C., attracting tens of thousands of people more every day. Their demands range from civilian oversight boards for police departments, greater restitution for victims of brutality, to abolishing city police departments altogether in favor of community aid groups. Footage of Evans' death is spreading across social media like wildfire, with hashtags like hashtag Black Lives Matter and hashtag You're Killing Us. The Richmond Police Department has announced that they have put Sergeant Harmon in protective custody and are opening a criminal investigation into his actions. This has done little to quell the outrage. It seems that these protests have morphed from reacting to one man's death to a general outpouring of grievances. With police departments and the government, it'll only time will tell how long it takes them to disappear. Do you hear the people sing? I have no idea if we're gonna win, if we're on track to win or not. But I have patriotism clashes with resistance. Protests by rival far-right and left-wing Richmond descended into violence as the opposing sides engaged in clashes. At least one man was arrested for firing a gun in the protest. Nobody was hurt in the exchange of gunfire. By Sunday evening, there was no word of any injuries. Numerous other skirmishes saw opposing sides brawl, dousing each other in what appeared to be bear spray, breaking car windows, and rivals. The country descends further into anarchy. In the wake of the death of an African-American civilian named Quentin Evans in police custody, hundreds of thousands of people have gone out into the streets of protest to show wolf nonsense scenes of the LA riots decades ago. The specific circumstances regarding that man's death are still somewhat vague, as the trial regarding his is not yet complete, or footage of a yet unnamed officer holding his knee on Quentin's neck while he states that he can't breathe have stirred the emotions of many, causing liberal and left protests to inside and coordinated neighbors take part in these nationwide protests. Already we have reports of escalation in Quentin's home city of Minneapolis, where looting of businesses big and small have occurred in areas where the police department has lost control to the sheer weight of numbers. And yes, the same. Minus 199 coal. What? Movement. I remember this. Establishment of the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. Officers of Capitol Hill in Seattle, Washington have abandoned the precinct located to a nearby Safeway. Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and other groups have set up roadblocks in the area to proclaim the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. autonomy for those oppressed. Oh my gosh, it's an actual tag. Wait a minute. There it is. Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill organized protest. the greatest the greatest country in all of Hoi 4. Capitol Hill attacks. I remember that from 2020. That was a crazy experience. Richmond police disband. In a close 53-47 vote, the city of Richmond referendum to disband their police department has narrowly passed. Following the murder of Quinton Evans and subsequent resistance riots across the country, a controversial call to disband the department has risen among the residents of the city. Citing overwhelming corruption within the department, voters have instead opted to replace the police with the new Department of Public Safety that would have likely included law enforcement, 911 responders, and mental health professionals, taking a holistic approach to crime. While supporters have stated the abolition of the department will shift vital resources away from violent policing and towards attacking the roots of crime such as poverty and mental health, opponents have echoed concerns that violent crime will increase, especially given the dire state of the nation with the coronavirus pandemic. Despite the dissolution of the department, violent protests still rock the nation in the aftermath of the Quinton Evans murder. While it is too early to see the full results of the Richmond experiment, the United States has undoubtedly changed, for better or for worse. One step in the right direction for us. Good. Now, I want to fund the movement even more. Do the high expectations. COVID-19 is the deadliest disease the world has faced in decades. A compromise of political convenience would be useless in fighting it. We must be firm and send the GOP a proposal they can't reject. If they have any sense, they'll work with us. Add 2 total days to the mission. That. Meet in the middle. We have to be realistic. A watered-down bill passing immediately is better than an uncompromising one getting dragged through the Senate, or even dying in Congress. Compromising with the GOP on this is the only way to ensure aid reaches the American people. Meet in the middle seems kind of safer. Save New Mexico and Colorado. More masks. We must stem the tide. More funds to the movement. The movement organizes White House siege. Disturbing reports from the FBI and multiple informants have surfaced today. The movement and its splinter groups are actively organizing for a potential siege of the White House. This development coincides with the approaching election season, with the movement aiming to prevent President Donald J. Trump's re-election as their top priority. They are now strategizing a siege of the White House, scheduled in approximately 50 days, intending to diminish the president's approval ratings. If we do not effectively counter the movement's plans, their siege is likely to proceed as scheduled, straining the president's current political efforts. Siege being organized. If the movement has 10 or more stronghold states, the siege will be launched. They have a ton though. Have like all of this. They're everywhere. More funds to them. More masks. Masks do we have? Oh, a lot. Oh wait, protect Colorado. Well, at least the four corners. Home. They're protected. The other option. To most political observers, 2020 has been a year marked by extreme political violence and extremism. Started by the COVID pandemic, the effects of the Saudi oil crash on the American economy, and the resistance movement, far-left parties, such as the Party for Socialism and Liberation, have seen exponential growth. Across the political spectrum, a fascist group known for its striking propaganda and use of American themes in its advertising has also seen itself thrust into the limelight. Originally started by Thomas Russo after falling out with the white supremacist party Vanguard America, the Patriot Front has seen its branches pop up across the country, while the culturally left values of the left turn away many rural conservatives. The Patriot Front blames the common struggles of many Americans on immigration, cultural replacement, and liberal values. Because of their classical fascist, ultranationalist values, the Patriot Front has faced intense scrutiny and infiltration from federal security agencies, commonly known in extremist circles as glowies, with many such agents attempting to use honeypot operations in order to hinder the operational capacities and growth of the party. Despite their best efforts, the Patriot Front continues to pose a significant threat to the fundamental value of American representative democracy. It can't happen here, right? Right? We buy things we don't need with money we don't. We buy things we don't need with money we don't have to impress people we don't like. Dave Ramsey. I love how so many quotes are sprinkled around all over the place. Strikes have shook every sector of the United States economy this year, from nursing to teaching to industrial labor. Reports from the National Bureau of Labor Statistics have shown that strikes in 2020 have nearly tripled compared to 2019, a phenomenon that has been attributed to the harsh working conditions that many essential workers have had to endure due to labor shortages. For example, nearly 7,000 nurses have gone on strike nationwide to protest long hours with little pay. Strikes among teaching assistants have shook educational institutions such as the New School in New York and the University of California system, demanding higher wages due to the high price of living. Nonetheless, the massive uptick in nationwide strikes has indicated an anger among the American people with the status quo and the falling standard of living. Rough times ahead. Worker strikes. Oh no, my poor consumer goods. It's not like it's totally destroyed anyway. Oh, the siege is being organized. More funds. Pump more funds into the... Oh. COVID-19. More masks. NSM recruits among prison gangs. The infamous neo-Nazi group, the National Socialist Movement, has surprisingly seen an uptick in membership following the increasingly unstable political environment. Known for their public rallies and protests dressed in Nazi-style uniforms, their membership has previously fallen to around 1 to 2 dozen core members. Despite this, the National Socialist Movement have seemed to be making moves to collaborate with other white nationalist prison gangs across the country, with leader Bert Colucci seen making visits to several high-profile gang leaders. While the group remains relatively fringe, it is a sure sign the American political climate is getting more extreme by the day. What a bunch of LARPers. GOP rejects. After a tumultuous session of Congress, the GOP has unexpectedly rejected the compromise budget bill meticulously negotiated between our party and theirs. This bill, crucial for bipartisan support in averting a government shutdown, incorporated vital provisions tackling urgent economic challenges. The reasons behind the GOP's vote against the bill are open to interpretation, leaving many within the movement stunned by this decision. As tensions escalate and deadlines approach, our party is now urgently strategizing to salvage the situation. Start drawing up a new bill. Well, thanks, Trump. We even tried to give you we even tried to throw, I was trying to think of the phrase. We even tried to throw you a bone, but no. More masks. COVID-19 plague requires unprecedented measures to bring it to a swift end. National lockdowns may be decried as authoritarian, but we've got to do it for the greater good. Give me more masks. I need more masks. Protect Oklahoma. Wyoming. I guess it's only like a bit of mask. Okay, fine. Jewish defense. After a massive surge in anti-Semitic attacks, particularly in New York City and the greater New York metropolitan area, the Jewish Defense League has once more become active, forming Jewish self-defense militias throughout Jewish communities in the world. The JDL militia seem to be especially concentrated in the area of Kiryas Joel, despite the town being run by the anti-Zionist Satmar Hasidic group. The JDL has also organized militias among atheist and liberal Jews in the region, showing that the Jewish community in southern New York is becoming more and more unified. Many in the southern New York region have taken to protesting against the JDL's actions, with many complaining that they are arming and training violent religious extremists, and asserting the JDL is preparing to commit attacks against Arabs as they did in the past. Only time can tell what the JDL's next actions will be. This is starting to become common trouble. Oh, trouble in Capitol Hill. After several weeks of lawlessness and standoffish behavior between the autonomous zone, Capitol Hill, and Seattle, it appears that this haphazard experiment in self-governance is nearing its expected end. Community leaders, radical organizers, and other Seattle locals attempting to maintain order and civility have mostly been met with a lack of cooperation, both in terms of their political demands and from much of the population within the zone itself. Near depleted food supplies, a lack of organization, and an increase in criminal activity within the area has led to the situation becoming untenable for the organizers, with authorities slowly moving in and diminishing the size of the area in recent days as violent incidents have become to occur more and more frequently. The most recent string of shootings, 2 of them fatal, have marked the beginning of the end of the zone's authority. Quote-unquote authority. Members of the Seattle Police Department, in tandem with the orders of the mayor and with the assistance of the FBI, are now preparing to move into the area and put an end to their short-lived autonomy and restore order. With those inside plan to go willingly or not much of an experiment. All right, boys, break it up. Quit doing push-ups. Massive explosion in Beirut. I remember that. The port of Beirut has erupted in hellfire today after a warehouse packed with ammonium nitrate suddenly ignited and exploded, resulting in a detonation that eviscerated the entirety of Beirut's port and the surrounding city limits, resulting in over 218 deaths, thousands of injuries, and hundreds of thousands homeless, as the damage extended to much of Beirut's infrastructure as well. The Lebanese government has went on to declare a 2-week state of emergency in response to the disaster, as immediate protests broke out for the government's apparent failure to prevent such a disaster from taking place in the first place. Oh, the humanity! I remember that when that happened in 2020. I remember seeing the video. California wildfires. A Southern California couple whose gender reveal party allegedly sparked the deadly El Dorado wildfire in 2020 has been charged with 30 crimes, including involuntary manslaughter, authorities announced Tuesday. A smoke bomb set off by the couple in Yucaipa, California on September the 5th as part of a gender reveal sparked a fire that went on to burn more than 22,000 acres across 2 counties. San Bernardino County District Attorney Jason Anderson said during a news conference. One firefighter was killed while battling the flames, and others were injured, according to witnesses. The fire destroyed several homes and burned more than 22,000 acres. CAL FIRE determined the cause of the fire was a smoke-generating pyrotechnic device. This is why we have abortions. That's brutal. Patriot Front March in Washington. Several hundred members of the white nationalist group Patriot Front marched on the National Mall this evening. The group donned a uniform of khakis, blue jackets, and tan hats, their faces obscured by sunglasses and white masks that covered their noses and mouths. Some carried American flags, others a banner that read, "Reclaim America." Those on the outer flanks of the procession were equipped with shields. The group marched from the Lincoln Memorial down the mall towards the Capitol building. Later, they ended up around Arlington Memorial Bridge, according to the Daily Beast, and some apparently became temporarily stranded when they could not all fit into their rented U-Hauls. Worrying. Purchase more masks. Protests in Belarus. Well, it's Belarus. Dakota. Missouri. Explosion at the Freeport chemical plant. A chemical explosion has occurred in the Freeport chemical plant today as thousands of pounds of toxic materials were swept up into the air in what some have dubbed the American Chernobyl, with NORAD projecting an affected area as wide as the state of Texas itself. Many have concerns over health risks related to many of the chemicals being incredibly carcinogenic. It is unknown the amount of people that will be infected. Most estimates range in the tens of thousands. Local residents have shared disturbing pictures of dead crows filling the streets and livestock lying dead on their fields. Despite these shocking pictures, authorities have assured locals that it is safe to return only a mere 76 hours after the incident. With the smoke of the explosion being visible, even commercial airliners, radical environmentalists have used the situation to protest the lackluster environmental regulations applied to such companies as Dow Chemical. Criticism has received widespread support throughout the United States. But sorry. But particularly in the Northeast, with a handful of reports of pseudo-guerrilla warfare between environmental extremists and local police forces. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has tried its best to distance itself from the accident, releasing statements condemning Dow Chemical and the Texas state government for the mishandling of the situation, and promised to send in National Guard troops to help in with the cleanup efforts. Pay for Texas. Did that actually happen, or is that didn't actually happen, right? I have kind of been obsessed. You know you've been in TFR for too long when you start to question, did that really happen or not? Biden secures the Democratic go away after the Democratic nomination after a hard-fought primary. Joseph Robinette Biden has officially secured the 1,991 delegates needed and would fight to win the battle for the soul of the nation. Mr. Biden, who served as Barack Obama's vice president, began the primary campaign in faltering style in Iowa and New Hampshire, then came back with a convincing victory in South Carolina. Super Tuesday was more contentious, with as many states swaying in favor of progressive candidate Bernie Sanders. Mr. Biden said it was an honor to compete alongside one of the most talented groups of candidates in the Democratic Party the Democratic Party has ever fielded, and I am proud to say that we are going into this general election a united party. Rumors of voter suppression as well as backdoor corruption circle his victory, but the Biden campaign has denied these rumors, much to the displeasure of the Sanders campaign. Congratulations, Mr. Biden! Come on, movement. Grow. Spread. Shinzo Abe. Ethiopia. Rise in African identity. With the resistance in full swing and protests against police brutality rocking the nation, new radical ideology has once again gripped the African American population, especially in the Deep South. Faced with violent suppression of protests, groups such as the NAFAC, New Black Panther Party, the African People's Socialist Party, and the Nation of Islam have formed a unified party named the Black Liberation Army, a unified paramilitary named the Black Liberation Army, named after the Black Power organization that existed in the 70s and 80s. Despite their ideological diversity, their shared value in black nationalism and unprecedented instability have allowed the organization to operate with surprising efficiency. In an unprecedented display of unity, newly formed BLA paramilitaries marched down the streets of Jackson, Mississippi, chanting slogans of black nationalism and separatism. Drawing inspiration from figures such as Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey, the BLA has seen an unprecedented growth in membership, with African Americans being increasingly disillusioned with the ability for the United States to guarantee their rights and safety. The BLA is immensely popular amongst the youth. Newly joined BLA members received extensive paramilitary training in basic firearms practice and protest tactics, in which afterwards they are organized into a section of the local chapter. Over the past few months, reports of terrorism done by the BLA has reached unthought of highs. The BLA has carried out a series of bombings, shootouts, robberies, and prison breaks, all of which have severely worsened tensions in an already fragile South. Clashing with members of the neo-Confederate paramilitary group League of the South, it seems like the clouds of ethnic conflict are brewing in the South. The revolution will not be televised. Definitely one more. We want to get them. We want to get as much out of the movement as we can, right? The climate crisis is upon us, and it will make COVID-19 look like a big nothing in comparison. The oil crisis proves once and for all that it's time to invest in alternative energy sources. Debt. But at least the oil crisis will be better. Suburban radicalism. Amid a wave of rioting during the movement protests in nearby cities such as New York and Boston, has led many in the Northwest to turn toward the Patriot Front for protection. In particular, amid reports of looting and arson, small business owners have turned to the Patriot Front for assistance in protecting their shop, leading to clashes between movement protesters and Patriot Front members in suburbia. Despite the long-running liberal and democratic nature of the Northeast, it seems that these riots have radicalized many to the far right, a worrying trend as violence descends across the entire country. Extremism in the heart of the nation. Protest the government? That's the last of our political power. Look at how grumpy he looks. Ooh. This is a lot. But I love all this lore. Wildfires continue to ravage West Coast as death soars. Salem, Oregon. Wildfire smoke that posed a health hazard to millions choked the West Coast as firefighters battled deadly blazes that obliterated some towns and displaced tens of thousands of people, the latest in a series of calamities this year. For people already enduring the coronavirus pandemic, the resulting economic fallout and political tensions evident in the resistance protests and the far-right counter-protests, the fires added a new layer of misery. What's next? You have the protests, pandemic, now fires. What else can go wrong? Lamented Danielle Oliver, 40, of Happy Valley, southeast of Portland. The death toll from the fires in California, Oregon, and Washington stood at 31 and was expected to rise sharply. Most of the fatalities were in California and Oregon. 500,000 Oregonians were under evacuation warnings or orders to leave, with air contamination levels at historic highs. People stuffed towels under door jambs to keep smoke out. Some even wore N95 masks in their own homes. Some communities resembled bombed-out cities of Europe after World War II. Buildings reduced to charred rubble piled atop blackened earth. Residents either managed to flee as the flames closed in or perished. California, more like hell. Confederate sympathies skyrocketed, with intense riots and instability shaking the Black Belt. An intense reaction has emerged from ever more radicalized conservatives from the South. If one drives through Dixie, the sight of Confederate flags is not a rare sight. Despite their loss in the Civil War over 100 years ago, much of the Southern spirit stays alive today. Over 38% of Southerners view themselves as having a Southern identity rather than an American. In a time in which the power and competence of the federal government is being increasingly questioned, the percentage is projected to almost double. The emergence of black nationalist paramilitaries participating in resistance protests have led the League of the South to be thrust into the limelight as a counterbalance. For every black liberation rally, there is a League rally nearby. With their support base concentrated in Arkansas, several local politicians have even pledged their loyalty to the group. With a deep conviction to restore the Southern identity and preserve traditional Southern values, many moderates have called them extremists. Yet, despite that label, their membership has only continued to rise. Over the past few months, the LOSs have concentrated their forces in Arkansas, with their leader, Michael Hill, giving several fiery speeches denouncing the federal government and its Yankee imperialist policies. Thousands of young Southerners have joined its ranks, many suspecting that if the United States were to break down, hint, hint, blink, blink, the organization would have enough institutional support to control the entire state of Arkansas. Despite calls from coastal liberals for a federal crackdown on the hate group, the polarized, paralyzed FBI and NSA can do little but watch as extremism develops in another part of the nation. Stop these white supremacist hicks! Oh, things are pretty good. Protect, sure, Arkansas. It's definitely gonna stay on our side. Death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died on Friday at 87 years old. Her death was caused by complications of metastatic pancreas cancer. She passed at home, surrounded by her family. The second woman ever appointed to the Supreme Court in 1993, Ginsburg fought tirelessly against sex discrimination and for women's rights. She made her stance on abortion rights clear from day one, encoring them during her confirmation meeting. It is essential to women's equality with man that she be the decision maker, that her choice be controlled, Ginsburg said. She was tenacious, strong, determined, and she was a woman. She is remembered by her two children, Jane Carroll Ginsburg and James Stephen Ginsburg, as well as her 4 grandchildren, 2 step-grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. Her family, country, and her colleagues in the Supreme Court will never forget her. Our nation has lost the justice of historic stature, Chief Justice John Roberts said Friday. We at the Supreme Court have lost a cherished colleague. Today we mourn, but with confidence. Today we mourn, but with confidence that future generations will remember Ruth Bader Ginsburg as we knew her, a tireless, resolute champion of justice. Even before her death, the subject of whether her seat in the Supreme Court would be filled or remain vacant until after the upcoming election was hotly debated in Washington and across the nation. She was amazing. But why'd she die at the worst possible time? Oh, thank you for the political power, though. Directed directly to the movement. And maybe we can save. Can we save her? No. Well, here we go. The siege begins. As the movement's protests have gripped the nation and social pressure has seemingly paralyzed effective response against them, their actions have only grown bolder, holding de facto extrajudicial authority for the time being. Thousands of them. Holding de facto extra. I need more water. Oh. Holding de facto extrajudicial authority for the first time being. For the time being, thousands of the movement's members within Washington, D.C. have taken to the streets once more, this time towards the White House, where the current president resides. Secret Service and National Guard man the perimeter of the White House, but the mass movement has carried forth to the doorstep of the president, has threatened this thinly held perimeter multiple times. Warning shots have been fired, but as of yet, no out-of-control chaos has been brought forth. Many predict, however, that it is only a matter of time until more extreme elements within the ranks incite a violent breach of the perimeter. Speakers shout rhetoric across the fences, and mass movements continue to cause infrastructure damage and looting around the region, while the streets have been emptied of all except these men and women of action. According to insider reports, the president may have fled via underground passageways during the siege. although this is not confirmed. Yes, 10%. Medium approval. Will it be enough? Patriot Front March. Police say scores of members of a group described by the ADL as white supremacists marched in Philadelphia, clashing with pedestrians and setting off what were believed to be smoke bombs. The group of Patriot Front members, estimated at 450 to 500 people, marched for several blocks in Center City on Saturday, wearing tan pants and black shirts with face coverings, carrying shields and flags. Police said they were chanting slogans such as "Reclaim America" and "Death to the Zionist State." Police said pedestrians engaged members of the group verbally, and there were several physical encounters. Finally, someone from the group used what police believe were smoke bombs to cover their retreat as they fled, police said. Several onlookers began yelling at the group, banged on trucks as they loaded into their vehicles and drove off. Police didn't announce any arrests and said there were no reports of any damage or injuries during the march. Trouble. I just saw it go down again. Green Mountain Anarchist Reform Collective. The Green Mountain Anarchist Collective was founded by David Van Doyce, Xavier Massey, Johnny Midnight, and Natasha Volin. This first generation of the collective came together shortly after the 1999 Seattle WTO protests, and was greatly influenced by the Situationist International, Vermont's militant anti-colonial history, and libertarian socialism, often working with the Vermont Workers' Center, organized labor, and mass organizations. GMAC prioritized projects that built up directly democratic expression through the creation of grassroots counter-institutions. Although disbanding in 2005 following the recent turmoil, former leader David Van Doysen announced the collective would be reforming in northern Vermont, starting their former newspaper, Catamount Tavern News, as well as starting training camps for self-defense against the fascist menace. Anarchists here? Absurd. We don't want Biden. We want revenge for police murders, imperialist wars, and fascist massacres. Interesting. Growth in Cascadian identity. There is unparalleled beauty in the United States. There is no unparalleled beauty in the United States other than the Pacific Northwest. From Portland to Seattle, the rolling hills and forests of Cascadia represent the last unexploited natural areas of the United States. Yet all is not well. Companies pouring in from California have attempted to ruin the picturesque landscape that is Cascadia. Cities of the Northwest are fraught with poverty, ruin, and conflict, with radical groups firing upon each other in the streets of Portland, income inequality soaring in the city of Seattle. When the local populace suffer, the robber barons in Washington rake in more and more money, the sweat and blood of the Cascadian worker. As a response, a rise in Cascadian identity has engulfed the regions. Rather than seeing themselves as Americans, Washingtonians, or Oregonians, pro-independence Cascadian groups have been successful at promoting a unified Cascadian identity, with more and more seeing themselves as Cascadians. In Portland, several local politicians belonging to Socialist Alternative have formed the Cascadian Socialist Party, promoting an eco-socialist model focused around the preservation of nature. In the Ohio Panhandle, the right has been able to recruit among farmers and the rural populace, promoting the idea of the Northwest Territorial Imperative and eco-fascism, the development of an ethno-state which will return Cascadia to its rural roots. While there is deep hatred between the two radicals of Cascadia, a mutual unspoken agreement is formed to promote the creation of a Cascadian state. While the violent revolution for freedom is seemingly far away, the rise of the Cascadian identity is undoubtedly a sign of a dying nation. What an odd bunch of extremists. Now we can finally alliance with the movement. Oh yes, that's sweet consumer goods. Increase in southwestern separatism, with recent ethnic conflicts shaking the United States and multiple cities engaging in open rioting. There's been a reported drastic rise in separatist thought in the American Southwest, especially among Hispanics. Recent Pew Research polling shows that nearly 15% Hispanics now support the creation of a separatist state in the Southwest, wishing to separate itself from the violence and madness that has consumed the rest of the nation. Supporters of separatism have stated that the federal government in Washington, D.C. has ignored the economic and social situation in the South. The most notable faction of separatists are the Brown Berets, a pro-Chicano paramilitary organization that emerged during the Chicano movement in the late 1960s that has now been revived thanks to the turmoil in these states. The Brown Berets are notable for their stance on educational reform, farm workers' rights, and against police brutality and opposition against foreign intervention. Especially noticeable for their visible paramilitary presence, many have joined the ranks for a sense of community among the large migrant population. The Brown Berets are arming and training young radicals, something that has drawn immense controversy. While the Brown Berets have defended their actions in the name of community defense, many are worried that their activities constitute terrorism. Alright, I'm going to go grab a little bit of water, then I'll be right back. Back into the store. Alright. Be right back. we're back. I can't believe Northern California somehow avoided it. Bill de Blasio assassinated in the latest development of the political chaos and instability in the United States. NYC Mayor and former Democratic primary candidate Bill de Blasio was shot dead by an unknown assailant dressed in all black, who yelled "Death to the American State" before disappearing soon after the shooting. While the assailant will be caught, while the NYPD has launched a statewide manhunt, there is very little hope that the assailant will be caught. Meanwhile, there's mass speculation on the shooter's motivation. Due to general unpopular nature of de Blasio, fingers have been pointed in all directions. The left claims that the Patriot Front group committed the attack, citing recent PF operations in and around the New England area. On the other hand, the right has pointed their fingers at Antifa, claiming that slogan, "Death to the American State," sounds extremely anarchist, yet some far-left groups blame the Atomwaffen division, claiming only a group as insane as them would go as far as to kill a major politician. In the end, we should pin the blame on Antifa, because that supports who we're going to play as. Elections near. The year has been quite the test for President Trump. The outcome of this election will decide the nation's future and will serve as a referendum on the president's populist platform. Come on, go with the Joe! Go with the Joe. It begins. Prince Rebellion in Saudi Arabia. Ripples have spread throughout the global community with the announcement of armed hostilities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia following the death of King Salman Al Saud, one of the most repressive regimes on the planet. The regime has always been fraught with corruption, instability, and religious conflict between the Shia minority and Sunni majority. Those fractures came to light today as the Royal Arabian Coalition, an opposition government to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, launched an armed insurrection against the central Saudi government. The Arabian Republic, a liberal movement concentrated in the north of the country, revolted as well, throwing the country into full anarchy. Oil prices spiked over 250%. Throwing the global economy into chaos as the stock market plummeted to historic lows. The world holds its breath as the peninsula is lit aflame. Is this the end for the House of Saud? The first flame is kindled. Oh, I can't believe I drank all my water. Oh, I'm gonna go refill it while I can. Also, I'll leave you for a moment, another moment more, to reflect. What could this mean for the world? I'll be right back. Okay. The monarchy shatters. Go forth to war, whether it be easy or difficult, and strive hard in God's cause with your possessions and your lives. This is for your own good, if you but knew it.
got it.
Still have no idea where that 60th division is. Oh, our poor approval rating. I don't think we're. I don't think. Just as in the last presidential election, the election results have taken ages to count. Unlike the last elections, however, the counting has taken so long that most of the ballot counters have already gone to bed. So far, though, Joe Biden and Donald Trump seem to be at equilibrium, with most media outlets projecting a Biden victory. Give me a break. Delays are normal. Countdown day. Biden, I know you got this, right? Video from an anonymous source has surfaced showing trucks outside a Georgia voting poll unloading bags of ballots and wheeling them into the building after the polls had closed for counting at 4 a.m. Others on social media are claiming they have seen similar trucks and people unloading ballots into polls a few hours after the polls closed all across the country, with the media and the Democrats fervently denying any allegations, with Joe Biden seemingly in the electoral lead. Regardless of the truth, the public is starting to lose faith in the system. This is the most secure election ever. Extremely secure. Trump fires Secretary of Defense. In a tweet that has many stunned, Donald Trump wrote in a tweet that Secretary of Defense Mark Esper has been terminated and will be replaced by Christopher C. Miller, the Director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Sources say Esper already had a resignation letter ready to go because Trump threatened to fire him in June over a disagreement about using active-duty troops to quell street protests, and had recently updated. After it was clear Trump was ready to fire him, Esper kept a low profile, rarely talking to reporters and going on trips to Africa and India, and appearing in recent weeks for friendly think tanks where few tough questions would be asked. Esper is the former Army Secretary and Raytheon executive who took over the job in July of last year from retired Marine General Jim Mattis, who abruptly resigned over efforts by Trump to quickly reduce troops in Syria. Esper had earned the derogatory nickname Yesper for seemingly acquiescing or remaining silent over the president's knee-jerk moves. Those ranged from reducing U.S. troops in Afghanistan and Syria with little or no deliberation to stopping Pentagon efforts to rename military bases named after Confederate generals. Troubling times ahead. Flames of the future. As America burns, we see the flames of the future, a future purified from the sins of the past. Oh, Africa. That's more CPU power that I needed. Drained. I'm not sure if this will even, work. It's official. Several large media outlets have called the race for Joe Biden, as several states have seemingly completely flipped from an increasingly large edge over Biden on election night to a close call race for Joe in many swing states, with the claims of ballot meddling increasingly becoming center stage in the political debates on the election. Many are beginning to abandon the media, even some of which who have favored Trump in the past. However, the Trump campaign, the GOP, and independents have already begun legal proceedings in several states to contest the results the states have announced. Good call. Oh, debt. President Trump holds a rally. Feels good to be back here in Florida, surrounded by your most staunch supporters, the base, true believers in the cause. Their energy gives you the strength you need to keep going. Who else will transform America into something truly great? We've seen what the Democrats are up to, and frankly, nobody likes it. They're weak. Their coalition is barely glued together, mingling with all these radicals, but nobody actually wants them. It's against Trump, they say. Not much for anything. They're racist. They're trying to make it look like the opposite, but they are. Always talking about blacks, Indians, and I love them. But they forget about our wonderful Hispanic and Asian Americans so unfairly. Christians, too, they want to destroy our values, our religion, the Bible. It means a lot to me. And while Atheist Joe wants you to believe that I never read it, I know that you must love your enemy. And I love Joe. I love him because he's handing me this election. We're making an America for all the Americans here, both rich and poor, all races, all religions, not just the Democrats. They're feeble, very weak on everything, but we're strong because people believe in our policy. They believe in America first, because it works, and it's so good. They want to put America on last. They care about places like Venezuela, and that's why they're never going to. Nothing but lies again. Tense Thanksgiving. The turkey is the centerpiece of every American Thanksgiving and was the staple food of the Hartfords this time of year. But 2020 was different. Today's food was a takeaway meal from a nearby McDonald's. That was all they could afford in terms of time and money. Well, happy Thanksgiving, everyone, the mother whispered, desperately trying to crack a smile. The rest of the table mumbled their thanks and began the feast. Stacy, pass me the salt, the brother demanded. However, the sister refused to respond. Stacy, if you're still mad about yesterday, then you called me a commie bitch, Jason. You refused to say sorry, and now you want me to do what you want? Stacy snapped. You are truly despicable. Well, am I wrong? Aren't you the one who filled the entirety of your room with pictures of her? Jason replied. Aren't you the one who constantly bitches about the exploitation of the proletariat? They aren't even exploited. Why are you stuck on this dead ideology? Oh, should I start chanting about white supremacy then? She hissed back. You spew out this nonsense day and night, and I'm the one who's bitching? How about you go and burn another gay pride flag? Maybe we can... Enough, the father demanded. banging his hand on the table. The children tried to object, yet they both knew they didn't want to see their father's fury. They both willingly retreated to their rooms, leaving their parents alone. The American family will never be the same. We'll be aborted if we are currently counting heads. We're still low approval. Prolong the impeachment. Oh no, wait, that moves us backwards. With the rapid developments in the justice system regarding the Trump campaign and the looming deadline to submit challenges, it became increasingly clear that the matter would reach the Supreme Court. The state of Texas filed a lawsuit with the Supreme Court against 4 swing states that appeared to have voted for Biden, arguing that these states unconstitutionally changed their election laws prior to the election, and therefore their votes could not be counted. Texas claimed standing in the case that stating the election results would affect the Senate, with the Vice President serving as the tiebreaker and the Senate meant to represent the states. The lawsuit gained support from 17 other states and over 120 House representatives. However, despite this justification, the Supreme Court has ruled 7-2 to not hear the case, stating that Texas had no standing to sue. This decision has sparked outrage among many who feel the day in court has not yet come. Viewing the ruling as a way for the court to avoid making a significant decision. With the legal avenues now exhausted, President Trump has called on the GOP to object to the election results on January 6th and to count the alternative GOP electors from several disputed states. The justice system maintains neutrality. Wisconsin papers leak. Bombshell report has released this morning from an anonymous DNC whistleblower that highlighted how the Biden campaign knowingly persuaded the DNC to purge tens of thousands of voters, disproportionately people of color, from the rolls for offenses as trivial as a misplaced hyphen in a name in order to disadvantage Bernie Sanders. In addition, leaked recordings show how the Biden campaign lobbied top DNC officials to close voter polls in areas of high support for Sanders in order to decrease turnout. Other files show how delegates were bribed by the Biden campaign to switch their votes at the last minute to give the edge to Biden. The Democratic Party stands reeling from this revelation as progressives demand for Biden to be disqualified. DNC leadership and Biden have announced all accusations as baseless lies and challenged the whistleblower to come forward. They maintain that Biden will continue on as lies, slander. Don't worry. Protests break out over the Wisconsin case. Across the nation, leftists and progressives take to the streets to protest, which oftentimes escalated to outright rioting in regard for the results of the 2020 Democratic primary and the new findings about voter suppression and manipulation in favor of Democratic candidate Joe Biden. In Manhattan, New York City, the local Democratic Party headquarters was besieged by protesters demanding answers. In Portland, Governor Kate Brown called the National Guard out to lock down the city as mass protests began to spiral out of control. Despite all the commotion, many were quick to point out the futility of protesting as both the primary and general presidential concluded, with the winner declared. This has led to a rise of pessimism among America's left and dissatisfaction for American electoralism, as it again and again sidelines left-wing politicians. A notable and very allegorical quote from a Twitter.com user sums up the mood. If this is what electoralism is like, then I'm pretty effing tired of electoralism. Well, what's the alternative? The media calling the election for Joe Biden, their seats secure, and the Texas lawsuit thrown out, many GOP members have distanced themselves from President Trump, revealing their true stance to the American people. In response, Trump's supporters across the country are outraged and have begun leaving the GOP in large numbers, with some calling for Trump to create a new political party. Calls have also intensified for Georgia Trump supporters to abstain from voting in the Senate runoff election, aiming to weaken the establishment GOP and force them to align with Trump in his efforts to challenge the election results on January 6th. Notable Trump-supporting activists have stated organizing a protest for that same date pressure Congress into supporting alternate electors. The president himself giving them an endorsement, telling them following, be there, we'll be wild. Oh dear. But while that's happening, let's purchase more masks. Judge rules DNC has the right to pick candidates in back rooms. The transcript was released from the most recent hearing at a federal court in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on the lawsuit filed on behalf of Bernie Sanders supporters against the DNC and former DNC chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz for rigging the Democratic primaries for Joseph Biden. Shortly after the hearing, DNC attorneys claimed Article V, Section 4 of the DNC Charter stipulating that the DNC chair and their staff must ensure neutrality in the Democratic presidential primaries is a discretionary rule that it didn't need to adopt to begin with. Based on this assumption, DNC attorneys assert that the court cannot interpret, claim, or rule on anything associated with whether the DNC remains neutral in their presidential primaries. The attorneys representing the DNC have previously argued that Sanders supporters knew the primaries were rigged, therefore annulling any potential accountability the DNC may have. In the latest hearing, they doubled down on this argument. The court would have to find that people who fervently supported Bernie Sanders and who purportedly didn't know that this favoritism was going on would not have given to Senator Sanders, if they had known that there was this purported favoritism. Later in the hearing, attorneys representing the DNC claimed that the Democratic National Committee would be well within their rights to go into back rooms like they used to and smoke cigars and pick the candidate that way. By pushing the argument throughout the proceedings of this class action lawsuit, the DNC is telling voters in a court of law that they see no enforceable obligation in having to run a fair and impartial primary election. DNC attorneys even go as far as to argue that the words impartial, even-handed, used in the DNC charter can't be interpreted by a court of law. The judge ended the hearing by stating to both parties he would issue a written order on the DNC's motion to dismiss the lawsuit. Democracy dies in darkness. Patriot Front marches in D.C. In a stunning display of force, the far-right Patriot Front has staged a march featuring over 1,000 of their members in the heart of the nation's capital, chanting, "Reclaim America." Videos show members of Patriot Front outside the Lincoln Memorial wearing matching outfits of khaki pants, dark blue jackets, and baseball caps. Some carried flags, shields, and photographs show one banner reading, "Victory or Death." Their faces were obscured mainly by sunglasses and white coverings on their noses and mouths. The group's leader, Thomas Russo, gave a speech near the Capitol, reflecting cool in front of thousands. "Our demonstrations are an exhibition of our unified capability to organize, to show our strength," Russo said, "not as brawlers or public nuisances, but as men capable of illustrating a message and seeking an America that more closely resembles the interests of its true people." Although the march was met with a large amount of counter-protesters, police were able to keep the two groups separate and no violence occurred. Extremism, part of the nation. Literally and figuratively.
Infantry, gather around me!
Barbara Lee joins PSL. Longtime Democrat and African-American Representative Barbara Lee has left the Democratic Party following the release of the bombshell Wisconsin Papers. Citing a long-running problem with upper leadership in the swampish political establishment, Representative Lee has stated that the Democratic Party's concentrated effort on the suppression of black voices is too much to handle. Representative Lee has opted to join the ranks of the Party of Socialism and Labor, which she says will pave the way to break the two-party duopoly and bring freedom to those oppressed by the tyranny of the American regime. Dead weight drifts away. I want to know where that last division is. It's not in Europe anywhere. Where is it? Oh. Let's not look over there. Silence the tyrant. Trump's power comes from his ability to mobilize massive amounts of Americans through his inflammatory statements on social media. By silencing him, we can pull out the rug from under his deluded supporters. Oh, that'll put us. Will it arrive in time though? Flynn comes out of retirement. Michael Flynn, former National Security Advisor for the Trump administration, has been recalled from retirement by the president following an abrupt pardon by the president on November 25th. The National Security Advisor had been held up in courts for over 3 years under the charge of assisting foreign agents, specifically Turkish and Russian foreign agents. However, after having cooperated with investigations into these channels and what seemed to be an unfair holding of Flynn in court, President Trump has issued a presidential pardon for him, freeing him out of the judicial nightmare. Months prior, Flynn had pledged an oath to the QAnon theory, holding its accusations against what it considers to be Democratic malefactors as true. His loyalty to the current president displayed as very much intact. With President Trump potentially losing his re-election, Flynn has reportedly advised the president to declare martial law, suspend the Constitution, and rerun the election. Though President Trump has denied this accusation, he has stirred up mass chaos with his resigning as National Security Advisor under the supposedly exiting administration. The world watches with bated breath as Trump's next move may decide the fate of the nation. Oh, it's already starting to turn. Now! In a shocking turn of events in the U.S., Donald J. Trump is slated to be the winner of the U.S. presidential election and become the nation's next chief executive. Many political science experts previously predicted that Trump would lose the election, especially on the heels of many pressing issues in U.S. society. However, Trump has seemed to defy the odds, and especially the countless predictions voiced by established pundits. Interestingly enough, the Biden campaign has voiced strong opposition and has contested the results of the election, citing voting irregularities and other related issues. The Democratic Party and other politically liberal organizations already in tandem with Biden announced their condemnation of Trump's political aims for the next administration. Even though doubts about the election seem everywhere, congressional staff have ruled the claims of irregularities by the Biden campaign are not concurrent with their own findings during the vote count. Regardless, it seems the political bickering that gripped America during election season will not be going anywhere anytime soon. He just keeps winning. Trump has been certified president. It's official. The electors of each state have voted, and Congress has come together, and now it's official. Against all odds, President Donald Trump will remain in office and have a second term, much to the chagrin of his political opponents. Even Trump's vice president, Mike Pence, had little to no faith in Trump and went against his wishes and chose to count the votes sent in by the state governors. However, in the end, the Congress counted the vote and found that amongst the confusion, many ballots were fraudulent or invalid, ending in a slim victory for Trump. Protests are already being organized to contest the results, with the one in support of the president ending up having hundreds of thousands of protesters turning up. And the country has seemingly lost its faith in the election system, with leftists feeling betrayed by the courts and others feeling unsafe when voting due to the amount of fraud in the system and how it was corrupted by the media. It seems that to many, the results didn't really matter much, if at all. Regardless of who won, there seems to be a storm brewing, and only a matter of time before it falls upon our nation. I love how ominous it is. This is the point of no return. You know, we should probably save just in case when the Civil War does file. When it does fire, if we crash, we'll have a place to come back to. Potentially. Healing the nation. Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Georgia go into recounts. This morning, the governors of Georgia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania all announced that they would begin a recount after a formal request to do so was made by Biden and the Democratic Party, alleging that Republicans had made an effort to invalidate votes. Representatives of the Biden campaign told reporters there has been serious misconduct by Trump and the Republican Party. Ballots have been thrown out, mail-in votes were considered invalid in many states, and many people did not even receive their ballots. This is not only absurd, but it is also sickening. President-elect Biden will be in the White House come January, and we will make sure. This morning, President Trump made a statement on this development, saying, hey, let me try my best. These guys, they're trying to tell I didn't win when I did. And they know I didn't. I see them trying to point out all these irregularities and foil voter fraud and Russian collusion. It's all nonsense, folks. We're gonna expose these guys as liars, okay? That was pretty weak, I'm sorry. It remains to be seen how the situation will develop. We can only hope that things de-escalate and that the Biden campaign peacefully concedes the election. Cheaters never prosper. The Berkeley news. Shots rang out across the UC Berkeley campus earlier today as National Guard units clashed with student protesters. Stories of what truly happened range wildly, with the National Guard claiming that stones were thrown at the soldiers first, while the student activists claim the soldiers shot first. With photos shared all across social media invoking the same imagery as the Kent State massacre more than 50 years earlier, the nation stands in horror as pictures of the lifeless bodies of students bleeding out into the pavement as pictures surface of the lifeless bodies of students bleeding out onto the pavement. It's horrible. Candlelight vigils were held in the late evening as the families of the victims called for justice and accountability from both the Trump administration and the National Guard. The tragedy has drawn widespread condemnation of both left, right, and center. The Trump administration has of yet not released a press statement. John Brennan alleges Russian meddling. After a very tense voting season ending in GOP victory, the Democratic Party is scrambling for answers about what may have caused their loss. While many have conceded and congratulated the GOP in another victory, some have refused, citing Russian interference as a possible cause of Trump's victory. This response has drawn extreme criticism from pro-Trump outlets, which, with Fox News panning John Brennan and other Democrats supporting the theory as complete idiots. However, outlets such as CNN fully endorse the idea, saying that this and the previous election only resulted in a GOP victory due to interference with the Russian government. After two failed election seasons for the Democratic Party, it's not hard to see why. Many are beginning to believe the Democrats are falling from grace. Russia, Russia, Russia. Remember those days. The inauguration of Donald Trump. Donald Trump stood in the command room of NORAD Cheyenne Mountain Complex, surrounded by his wife and a gaggle of military officers. There was no family Bible, only a free Gideon copy someone had found laying around. Judge Timkovich, being the highest-ranking judicial official in the area, was brought in to officiate. Placing his hand upon the Bible, Trump repeated the oath. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and I will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, so help me God. There was a small burst of applause, and some photographers recorded it for posterity, but it was a far cry from celebration. They all knew that halfway across the country, Joe Biden unlawfully sat in the White House, taking the same oath, and claiming an office he had no right to hold. These next few months were about to get very, very messy. We will start counting heads. Replace political division with national schizophrenia. Add legitimacy, which unlocks decision category counting heads. Activates mission the inevitable citizen. This will unlock new focuses. Oh, it did. Oppose the tyrant. Wait a minute. I think I saw this meme once. It's like, there are 3 wolves inside of me. The true revolution begins. Riding with Biden or support National Socialists. Oppose the tyrant. America is about to face one of the gravest threats to unity not seen since 1861. Trump fled to Denver to set up his rump government. And there are the possibilities that we might have to deal something worse than him. We might have to deal with something worse than him. For the sake of our democracy, we must oppose this tyrant. How grumpy he looks. Trump banned from social media. Today, a massive removal of online accounts and users from social media countrywide has occurred on various sites, ranging from Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and most notably for President Donald Trump, Twitter. The ban wave, as many people are calling it, has rendered thousands upon thousands of accounts to be expunged as a result of the removal, with the most prominent deletion being Trump's own account, leaving him without a proper outlet to address his supporters. Due to the consistent outrage and chaotically widespread discourse on most social media platforms throughout the past few months regarding the current political situation, these waves of deletions are not entirely unexpected, with official statements from the parent companies of these websites citing their guidelines regarding, quote, false information and violent rhetoric. It is abundantly clear, however, that such decisions were not made without external encouragement. The Biden campaign has no doubt engaged with the pressuring of various large tech companies with intent to damage Trump's campaign for the U.S. presidency. Regardless of whether or not some view this move as draconian, it will intimately make things considerably more difficult for opponents of the Biden campaign. These people cannot be allowed to add fuel to the fire. Oh, I forgot the mask minigame. Formation of farm-left militias in the West Coast. Dear Mr. President, informants have gathered reliable information of the creation of multiple Marxist, Leninist, and anarchist militias in the states of California and Oregon. Possible organizers of these militias have been theorized to be Gloria La Riva of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. PSL members have been demonstrating in Sacramento, Berkeley, San Francisco, and Monterey. More and more armed individuals have been showing up to each consecutive protest. PSL posts on social media boast their increasing membership. Reported members have showcased their weapons training. Events for mass training have also been conducted in undisclosed locations. These events gather well over a few dozen people. California State Police have marked these groups as potentially high risk to national security. Gloria La Riva's location has been unknown for several months. Respectfully yours, Director of the FBI, Chris Wray. The American People's Liberation Army forms. Following the devastating release of the Wisconsin Papers, the Party of Socialism and Liberation has announced that it will form community self-defense forces organized into what is now called the American People's Liberation Army, or the APLA. With increasing lack in faith in both the American electoral system following the Wisconsin Papers and later judge rulings, as well as the economic fallout and continued failures of Washington leadership to address even the most basic of issues, such as health care. Thousands of people were seen training with the APLA along the West Coast. While the APLA has registered as an official militia with no goal of violence other than self-defense, opponents have called it a blatant insurrectionary group. This is it. The time of great crisis has arrived in America, and there is no way to turn back. We must secure loyalties from different factions within the Union in order to save the nation. For if we fail, America will cease to exist. FBI raids far-right stronghold. Amidst the political extremism following the oil crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, reports of far-right and white supremacist activity have exponentially increased. As part of the effort to combat domestic extremism, the FBI has conducted a raid on a stronghold of white supremacists in Raleigh, North Carolina. At 2:00 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, federal agents burst into the compound of well-known local militia leader and white supremacist Gary Burns and discovered a mass of illegally modified weapons as well as improvised explosive devices. In a standoff that lasted 4 hours, federal forces and militia groups exchanged fire, leading to 14 dead militiamen as well as 3 dead federal agents. Burns was arrested on charges of possession of illegal firearms, manufacture and possession of explosive materials, and first-degree murder. His trial is set to begin sometime in 2023. Despite the charges, an online trend of #RememberRally has started to go viral, especially among members of the alt-right. The #RememberRally accuses the federal government of tyranny and infringement of Mr. Burns' Second Amendment rights. In a political climate that has become increasingly polarized, the rally is just more fuel to the fire. The country is crumbling. State legislators moved to change election systems. In an unprecedented act of ex post facto electoral reform, factions within the legislatures of Pennsylvania and Georgia have announced within days of each other that starting retroactively with the 2020 election, electoral votes shall be counted similarly to the systems of Maine and Nebraska. That is, each House district shall have one single electoral vote rather than a winner-take-all system. The voice of the people of the districts shall be what counts in political contests. Though not as directly democratic as some wished, these proposed changes have been hailed by the state's Democrats and moderate Republicans as a necessary safeguard against minority governments. However, pro-Trump forces see it as merely enabling voter fraud and stripping states of their powers to determine elections and giving undue power to district-level officials instead. Democracy preserved? Question mark? Come on, vaccine. Ooh. The line we toe. This nation's future will be determined by those who are willing to step up to the plate and sacrifice everything. Thus, we must decide what faction we will aid in the event of the inevitable. For democracy, Union of America. Say no to hate. Say no to bigotry. Oh, beautiful forest fades the sky for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesty above the fruited plain. America, America. And so, and not singing that. Definitely not singing that. I'm really definitely not singing that. Warning, this faction is the hardest in the game. I think they're kind of hard. They're maybe not so hard, but I don't really want to play them. At least not yet. And they're pretty hard. So, liberty to those oppressed by this regime. Revolution in the very heart of capitalism. In our hands is placed a powder greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring forth the new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. APLA, baby! Oh, you know what? New York City. And Massachusetts. Across the whole length and breadth of it. Electoral allocation reforms pass. Late in the night, a sudden session called by the Senate and House whips, Georgia and Pennsylvania have both voted for proposed changes to their respective allocation of electoral votes. And it's the same as the information back there. Okay, I promise I've done a lot of reading, but I'm fully steeped into this lore. I want to go through inch of every inch by painful inch with you. Like this one. Bombing at the New York Stock Exchange this morning after months of terror and violence never seen in the Big Apple since 9/11 is now reached a new high. The New York Stock Exchange was attacked around 10:30, an hour after the opening bell rang a bomb. Some commas would be really helpful. The New York Stock Exchange was attacked around 10:30, an hour after the opening bell rang. A bomb had gone off on the trading floor. Reports suggest that up to 27 had been killed, including 3 of the 4 perpetrators. Among the dead included CEOs, journalists, traders, police, and security. Approximately 2 minutes after the bombing, 4 gunmen rushed onto the floor and began firing. Shortly after, police and security stationed at the exchange began exchanging gunfire, resulting in 3 perpetrators being killed, including 2 security guards and 1 police officer. The New York City Police Chief Dermot Shea announced a statewide manhunt with a curfew this afternoon that goes into effect at 7 p.m., along with the announcement of the mobilization of the State National Guard. Governors in both New Jersey and Connecticut announced similar measures. Authorities have not yet commented on the motives or purpose of the attack, yet, however, describing the surviving suspect as a bald, white, muscular male in his mid-30s. Hey, wait a minute. Witnesses described the man commanding the other assailants with him, also bearing a metal mask with a voice changer. Wait a minute. Other than the usual far-right and far-left organizations that are blamed for these attacks, other theories claim that it was carried out by disgruntled traders who left in the dust of the recent GameStop short squeeze and trading halt. The SEC chairman Jay Clayton announced the exchange would be closed for an unspecified amount of time in respect to those who had lost their lives. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell had profused comments on the effects this may have had on the market. Among those dead included CNBC host James Jim Cramer, CEO of ARK Invest Catherine Wood, and famous trader Peter Tuchman. Has a fire been lit? Now that sounds very similar to a certain movie. Militia standoff in Illinois. In developing news around the hotly contested 2020 election, militias loyal to Donald Trump has refused to cooperate to recognize the Biden administration and have engaged in a day-long confrontation with the FBI, claiming that Joe Biden was a tyrant and a socialist who wanted to destroy America. The independent Illinois militia patrolled the highway, attempting to disrupt the movement of federal forces across Illinois. When Illinois National Guard, under the directive of Governor J.B. Pritzker, arrived to remove the militia from the highway, the militia opened fire and engaged with the Illinois National Guard. Although they were quickly overwhelmed by the numerical advantage held by the Illinois National Guard, they were able to claim the lives of 16 guardsmen before eventually laying down their arms. While Joe Biden has condemned the attack as a violent insurrectionary attempt, Donald Trump has defended the militia, saying that they were merely exercising their Second Amendment rights to form a militia. While the national debate on militia organization and the election continues, it is clear that the country remains more divided than ever. The country burns. Pence urged to invoke 25th Amendment. Intrigue is the watchword in D.C. tonight, as New York Times journalists have broken the story that prominent congressional Democrats and Republicans have privately urged Vice President Mike Pence and multiple cabinet officials to invoke the 25th Amendment against President Donald Trump. Section 4 of the amendment states that the VP and cabinet can remove a president if they find him incapable. Immediately after the story broke, numerous limousines bearing the vice president and other cabinet-level officials were seen rushing to the White House before departing shortly after. While the Trump administration has remained deathly quiet over the allegation, it is clear they have taken it seriously, and that they believe Pence either took the advice seriously or did not notify the president of his receiving the urgings. The only information forthcoming has been a curt statement by Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, stating that the president is fully capable of dispensing his duties and will not be bullied. Regardless, the very fact that this amendment was even considered illustrates the dangerous waters through which the administration now treads. Pence is honored, and he knows what he must do. Trump declares a state of emergency following violent riots that broke out following the confirmation of Donald Trump as the victor of the national 2020 election. President Trump has declared a state of emergency. While several cities burned, Trump stated that radical leftists who want to steal the election for Sleepy Joe will be put down by any force necessary. Similar to the protests in Portland following the death of Quentin Evans, unmarked black vans were seen taking protesters off the street. When the DOJ was questioned on it, they stated that it was part of a counterterrorism effort in order to stem radical left terrorism that had gripped the nation as of late. While opponents of the declaration have decried it as dictatorial and authoritarian, supporters of President Trump have stated that such measures are necessary to stop domestic terrorism and restore order to the nation. When will things return to normal? Snowstorm hits Texas. As Texas faced record low, I remember this, record low temperatures in February 2021, and snow and ice made roads impassable. The state's electric grid operator lost control of the power supply, leaving millions without access to electricity. As the blackouts extended from hours to days, top state lawmakers called for investigations into the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, and Texans demanded accountability for the disaster. During the power grid crisis, all sources of electricity struggled during the frigid temperatures. Transmission companies inadvertently cut power to parts of the natural gas supply chain, where ERCOT ordered the utilities to reduce power demand or risk further damage to the grid. That decision aggravated the problem, as natural gas producers were unable to deliver enough fuel to power plants. At the same time, some wells were unable to produce as much natural gas due to the freezing conditions. Overall, there are 20 confirmed casualties because of the snowstorm. We can still. Yeah, I hear you. Militia forces seize Springfield, Missouri. The nation draws closer and closer to civil war as a Missouri-based militia has announced the capture of Springfield. The militia had declared that despite the currently contested status of the 2020 election, that the Democratic Party was attempting a coup and that Donald Trump was the rightful victor of the election. Not wanting to risk a bloodbath like what happened in other states, the Missouri governor instructed troops to not engage and to withdraw from the city. Upon the capture of the city, the militia had declared that until Donald Trump was declared the uncontested president of the United States, the city would remain under martial law. Hoping to inspire other militias in other states to do the same, militia leader Jared Abrams called upon patriots to fight like their ancestors before, to overthrow tyranny and restore the rule of law to this great land. While the Biden government is yet to comment on this matter, it is clear that there's no turning back now. As brother faces off against brother, a deadly civil war seems all but inevitable. What have we done? What have we done? Protests outside the White House turned bloody. This year's election has been quite turbulent as Donald Trump's victory is held under high security. With supporters celebrating, his opponents are doing everything they can to demand a recount, as there have been cases of suspected election interference. With the chance of the election being overturned, Donald Trump riling up his base, plenty of members of the movement have taken it to the streets out of support of the recount or to cause disruption in the street. Most of these protests have gone mostly peaceful. One protest outside the White House has turned into an absolute nightmare as a Trump supporter got stabbed in the neck by an unknown assailant. This led to more violent clashes between anti- and pro-Trump protesters as the intensity of violence really increased. Blunt and sharp were the objects used, a broken nose here and a bleeding mouth there. Eventually, the police intervened. This is not without its fair share of pain. Dozens of people were rushed to the hospital. Some are in critical condition. Both candidates have not commented on the events, but one thing is certain. Things will never be the same again. So much for the party that called for unity. The true revolution begins. It doesn't matter if it's Biden or Trump. They're on the two sides of the same coin. The coin that represents the oppression of people, notably workers and minorities alike. Now it is the time to stand up to both evils as this country descends into further chaos. The true revolution. The only revolution. Vaccine convoy intercepted by militia. At approximately 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, a FEMA convoy delivering vaccines in an undeveloped rural area was intercepted by 5 trucks and 32 militiamen. The front vehicle of the convoy attempted to circumnavigate the first truck, but couldn't as the trucks would drive rapidly and surround the short convoy. The militiamen would get out of their vehicles and yell political slogans such as "Make America Great Again" and "Take the Country Back," along with other profanities thrown in. A fight with one of the convoy drivers erupted 5 minutes later as a 23-year-old named Jacob Bakers came out of his convoy truck and attempted to aggressively confront one of the militiamen, but got punched and kicked to the ground. Chaos would ensue as almost all convoy drivers came out of their respective vehicles to aid Mr. Bakers, which erupted into a brawl between the two sides. One of them, the suspect is unknown, fired 13 shots into the group of convoy drivers, injuring 8 and killing 1. It is reported that they ran by foot, being chased until the militiamen gave up. The fate of the vaccines and convoy trucks left behind is currently unknown. This may be America's darkest hour yet. Will the night grow darker still? Maine legalizes faithless electors, openly thumbing its nose at the Supreme Court decision from January 2020. To the contrary, the Maine legislature has legalized faithless electors. This new law allows Maine's 2nd District Representative Jared Golden to cast his district vote for Joe Biden in the upcoming Electoral College count on January 6th. The law was passed much like any other recent electoral changes enacted after the election in the dead of night, with many Republican members barred from the Capitol. As such, local Trump loyalists declared the law illegitimate and are assembling alternative electors as we speak. Protesters have descended on Augusta, the state's capital, to voice their grievances. Various far-right groups, chiefly the Patriot Front and NSC 131, although no friends of Trump, most have publicly declared that they don't care if Trump or Biden wins, have joined hands with MAGA supporters in demanding the recension of the law. Donald Trump has voiced his opinion of the change on Twitter, declaring, "What a shame, what a horrible, awful, corrupt country this nation is. True patriots resist tyranny in all of its forms." He's illegitimate. Anything can go wrong. The U.S. is breaking down. Oh. More Africa junk. And Burma. But soon, another nation will join them. I should turn on the official soundtrack because it's all original music. Already starting to chug. Maybe when some of those African factions die, it'll improve, but it might be the end. Texan families killed in standoff. Paramedics and firefighters searched the rubble of a rural home in western Texas. The home belonged to an Air Force colonel. Living with his wife and 2 kids outside the city of Van Horn, U.S. Air Base 18 reported Colonel Craig Brown failed to report to the airbase for several weeks. Officers were sent to the home to find it boarded up with a few holes in windows for sunlight to shine through. Friends reached Craig through phone and reported he sounded distressed and claimed he was protecting his wife and kids and would not be leaving his home. Fearing of a possible hostage situation, local SWAT and police arrived. the following day and attempted negotiations with Craig for the removal of his family. After several hours of failures, officers approached the home and were met with gunfire. SWAT teams moved in, prepared to breach through all sides of the home, upon which Craig detonated a homemade bomb, destroying much of the home. 6 officers were wounded throughout the ordeal, and paramedics recovered the bodies of Craig and his family. Critics on social media were quick to denounce Craig's action and call for the abolishment of the Second Amendment. I hope none of these are set off the YouTube bot, but the soundtrack's just too good. True revolution. It's time to stand to Trump, that divisive populist that has misled millions to the point that our country is about to be torn apart. The fire has risen, and there's no turning back. Oh, it is chugging though. Come on, Hoi 4, you can do it. This is what I feared. To the moon. Financial markets are in turmoil today as the value of GameStop has shot up beyond anybody's expectations. The GameStop short squeeze began in late 2020 when a group of investors on the subreddit r/Wall Street Bets began buying up shares of GME stock, primarily as a response to the company's declining fortunes and the short positions taken by hedge funds like Melvin Capital. These institutional investors had bet that GME stock was a fraud and were using complex financial instruments like options to try and make money from the decline. The Wall Street Bets group, however, had a different plan. By buying up shares of GME and refusing to sell, they drove up the stock price, causing short sellers to incur massive losses as they were forced to buy back shares at much higher prices. This created a feedback loop.
If you want to succeed in your life, remember this phrase.
As the rising stock price attracted more individual investors to buy in, further driving up the price and causing even greater losses for the short sellers. The GameStop short squeeze ultimately resulted in billions of dollars in losses for the institutional investors who had bet against the company, while the individual investors who had organized the squeeze made substantial profits. Gains to the moon, which political. That's hilarious. Ooh. Synthwave. I've never seen. What? Central. Wait a minute. Really? It got cooed by Wagner? Centralna Afranskaya Republika. The true Russian homeland. This is- It's like the country's burning, and we're just listening to synthwave. Although that's kind of the aesthetic, isn't it?
If you follow the simple approach I'm about to give you, you won't ever find yourself wondering what to do next.
Oh, I can deploy vaccines. The soundtrack has no right being that good. can do it. Just get us to the Civil War. I at least want want the good people to see the Civil War, the start of it. This is why I hadn't played a ton of Toy 4 in the middle of or I hadn't streamed a ton of Toy 4 before I had my forced hiatus, because it just kind of tends to chug when I'm streaming. Even I don't even have the model running, and it's still chugging. Just I don't get it. Well, I do get it, but what can you do? Why don't you look at Jamaica? Jamaica, man. Assad does that. Game. You can do it. 36 days. Oh, wait. Oh! 6 days. Alright. 5. 4. 3. 2, 1. All right, 20th of July. All right. Moment of truth. Will the real fire rises be from my PC? That's the common joke. Will my CPU explode worse than the US is about to explode? Well, we're gonna find out. 3, 2, 1. Oh. What?
The unsinkable Titanic.
Sieht man um sich, was passiert, wohin es geht oder auch nicht. Hilft nur eines, Shampoos, Kaviar, eine Noblesse im Gesicht. Let's take a dance, in jedem Fall die Smokingträger überall. Denn nobel geht die Welt zugrund, ob dieser oder jener stund. But it's tip for you and me.
Oh, it crashed on me. Wait. I wanted to read that to you. I got too excited to see the country break up as the song played. This is the song, which is like indicative of the whole collapse of the country. Okay, we're gonna try that again. We're doing a mulligan even before the Civil War has even started. But I promise it'll be good. Come on, Hearts of Iron. You can do it. I just want to place you in the moment. Discussion is. Game. This one. We're back. Yeah. Just a day more. Okay. Shut up, Falco. I need to read this to the good people. Because it's important. No. Wait. Alright. The death of Wall Street. The United States has been plunged into a deep crisis. Oh wait, no. Read this one first. The United States stands on the brink of collapse, with the rumblings of a second American Civil War growing louder each day. Months of fierce political conflict, surging violence, and a devastating wave of coronavirus infections have driven the country into crisis, decimating industries and leaving healthcare systems overwhelmed. Living standards have plummeted and the economy lies paralyzed. Trade has sharply declined, sending imports and exports into freefall and causing the prices of essential goods to skyrocket. U.S. banks, struggling to contain the damage, have imposed restrictions on withdrawals due to a critical liquidity shortage. This decision has sent the public into a frenzy, sparking a mass sell-off of assets and a scramble to convert savings into cash. With Wall Street now in ruins, the U.S. financial collapse is rippling across the globe, dragging down the international stock indexes and devaluing currencies as the world economy teeters on the edge. The deepening political instability has raised a specter that Americans and the world hoped was long buried, a second civil war. As factions within the United States grow increasingly militant, global markets hold their breath, watching as America seems ready to plunge into one of the most destructive periods in its history. The end of America is near. And this just says the same thing. It has the picture. Democrats walk out of Congress. The Democrats, after their months of stalling Congress from working on its traditional fashion, have recently just up and left. Many media outlets have attempted to find a reason for this by asking the Democratic leaders, but they have so far ignored any outreach. This is causing large amounts of unrest from the government, fearing it may collapse, with parts going silent. Further adding to this unrest is rumors floating around that the Democrats are planning to rise against the government, using their time in Congress to prepare for the uprising. However, the media has failed to look into these claims. Here it is. Now you can play.
The unsinkable Titanic.
Sieht man um sich, was passiert, wohin es geht oder auch nicht, hilft nur eines: Shampoos, Kaviar, eine Noblesse im Gesicht. Let's take a dance in jedem Fall, die Smokingträger überall, denn nobel geht die Welt zugrund, ob dieser oder jener stürmt. Titanic sings in panic. That's the band played on and on. They heard the SOS, but no one knew where she had gone. The Titanic sinks in panic.
safe.
In jedem Fall entscheide ich mich, na egal ob nobel oder nicht, na personalreich sein als nie reich sein und in Gesellschaft nicht allein. Let's Decadence at all events, im weiteren Schritt zum letzten Tritt, denn wer den Walzer richtig tritt, na der ist doch für den Abgang fit. Sinks in panic. That's the band played on and on. They heard the SOS, but no one knew where she had gone. The Titanic sinks in panic. She'll go down in history, cast the unsinkable Titanic's decadence and mystery. Decadence for you and me. Decadence. Decadence. Freedom.
The unsinkable Titanic.
The Titanic sinks in panic. That's the band played on and on. They heard the SOS, but no one knew where she had gone. The Titanic sinks in panic. She'll go down in history, cast the unsinkable Titanic's decadence and mystery. Decadence for you and me. Decadence. The Titanic sinks in panic. That's the band played on and on. The Titanic sinks in panic. No one knew where she had gone. The Titanic sinks in panic. That's the band played on and on. The Titanic sinks in panic. No one knew where she had gone.
Okay. So that was what I wanted to show you. And that's the song, the famous song, the one I referenced in the title.
Can you imagine somebody having $32 million? 32
The
million
country
dollars, and this person
has collapsed.
And you can sleep. You can still go to the movies about. I mean, and then these are the type of people that get humanitarian awards.
Now we have seized control of San Francisco and a very honestly large part of the West Coast. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Oh, this is going to be really difficult. I'm scared. Let's... Oh, what are you doing?
Position cleared and under control.
Let's get some stuff set up first things first.
All clear. Position cleared and under control.
We need the best defensive line here in San Francisco. Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Position cleared and under control. You got it.
Oh, this is so dangerous.
Position under control. Out.
The Red Army is the strongest.
Roger that.
Oh my goodness. Damn, this is a bit. The revolution finally comes. The squabbling parties of the APLA must be finally centralized into one unified revolutionary force. For too long, the left has been plagued with factionalism and infighting. Just by, I don't need to. You get it. I've done enough reading for more than enough reading. Ooh, but this is important though. The leftist coalition, the Jacobins, have emerged from the material realities of the workers' struggle in the USA, seeing that a great deal of the proletariat under the APLA have been mislabeled as reactionary by the rest of the government for their social views. The Jacobins seek to combine socially conservative views with progressive economic policy, combining American patriotism with socialism. They advocate for socially conservative policies under the idea that social progressivism is neoliberal in nature, eroding the values held dear by the working class. The Octoberists are a collection of Marxist-Leninist groups that have been operating from before the revolution, such as the PSL and the FRSO. Similar to the Jacobins, they too want a dictatorship of proletariat, with a vanguard party made up of ideologically committed communists leading the nation. While inter-party democracy will exist through the form of democratic centralism, the average worker will not have a direct say in government, instead being represented by elected officials. However, they remain committed to the ideas of feminism and LGBT liberation, unlike the Jacobins. The anarchists are the most radical group of them all, wishing to see the immediate transition to communism, skipping the stage of socialism. Culturally, they see the American culture as reactionary. the little skull and crossbones. And advocating for a cultural revolution targeting any and all elements of American culture seen as oppressive. The radical Sakhaist wing of the Black Bloc is a post-Marxist one, which seeks to see the dissolution of the center of the settler colonial state and the complete decolonization of the United States. The neo-socialists are communists who wish to build socialism on top of the current liberal constitutional framework, rather than burning the current constitution down and writing a new one in place of it. The neo-socialists work to write the Bill of Rights of Socialism, which adds a progressive framework to the current U.S. Constitution. It guarantees basic rights such as universal health care, guaranteed housing, income security, and wage caps. Whichever one we pick, viva la revolution. Now, we start out with no debt. Okay, so we inherit all this stuff from the U.S. Seems like. Oh my God, we could get technicals. That's too cool. Okay. This is about to get messy.
You got it.
I'm very scared. This is gonna get messy.
Infantry, gather around me. Roger that.
Oh yeah.
All clear. Roger that.
Yeah. Oh my God, but these dudes. Oh, it's so bad. This is gonna work. Maybe just like. It's enough for like 4 tiles, right? We're just gonna let that go down there. Hopes that we can kill these guys as quick as we can.
All clear.
Oh, these guys are gonna have to line up here. Or what?
Position cleared and under control.
Yeah. We need to secure San Jose. Come on. I hate this stupid tool. There you go. Wait. There you go. The revolution is born. Ew. Thank you. Oh. Yep. '18th of August. Oh. Oh. Congress refuses diplomacy. In perhaps what will be seen as the most tragic event of the 21st century, the two governments in Denver and Washington, D.C. have refused to engage in diplomatic talks in order to reach a peaceful conclusion to the crisis that has shaken the United States for weeks. of unsuccessful negotiations. While both Trump and Biden respectively announced that they were legitimate leader of the country, sporadic fighting between militias has broken out along the temporary ceasefire line along the Illinois and Indiana border. Fire can be seen rising from the high rises of Chicago as Trump's militia fire round after round in an attempt to capture the border city, as Biden militias advance into the town of Danville, Illinois. In Denver, reportings have cited how unmarked black vans have been taking anti-war activists off the street, while pro-Trump protests in the suburbs of Louisville have been forcefully dispersed by the federal army. While the Trump government has had significant difficulty maintaining order in the liberal cities, with riots still breaking out, Biden's de facto control does not extend outside of the highways and cities, with underground militia having already begun arming themselves and ambushing army convoys. In households across the United States, families watch in horror as the very fabric of American society is torn apart. As brother arms himself against brother, it is undeniable that the Second American Civil War has truly begun. Brothers against brothers once more. You know what? Let's play Titanic one more time.
The unsinkable Titanic.
Is chugging.
Sieht man um sich, was passiert, wohin es geht oder auch nicht. Hilft nur eines, Shampoos, Kaviar und eine Blässe im Gesicht. Let's take a dance in jedem Fall, die Smoking-Träger überall. Denn Nobel geht die Welt zugrunde und dieser oder jener stürmt. Titanic sinks in panic. That's the band, play down and down. They heard the SOS, but no one knew where she had gone. Titanic sinks in panic. She'll go down in history, 'cause the unsinkable Titanic's decadence in mystery. Decadence for you and me. Decadence. Decadence. In jedem Fall entscheide ich mich, na egal ob nobel oder nicht. Na personalreich sein als nie reich sein und in Gesellschaft nicht allein. Let's decadence at all events. Im weißen Schritt und zuletzt im dritten Weg. Und wer so richtig tritt, na der ist doch für den Aufgang fit. The Titanic sinks in panic. That's the band, play down and down. They heard the SOS, but no one knew where she had gone. The Titanic sinks in panic. She'll go down in history, 'cause the unsinkable Titanic's decadence in mystery. Decadence for you and me. Decadence.
unsinkable Titanic.
The Titanic sinks in panic. Watch the band play down and down. They heard the SOS, but no one knew where she had gone. The Titanic sinks in panic. She'll go down in history as the unsinkable Titanic's decadence and mystery. Decadence for you and me. The Titanic sinks in panic. Watch the band play down and on. The Titanic sinks in panic. But no one knew where she had gone. The Titanic sinks in panic. Watch the band play down and on. The Titanic sinks in panic. But no one knew where she had gone.
I love that song. Armed reinforcements arrive. Flames of the Civil War keep spreading as our armed comrades the liberation of California. That's problems dealing with federal
Imagine somebody having
national guard.
$32 million.
We have the numbers. They have
$32 million. And this person has nothing. And you can sleep.
met
You can still go to the movies about,
tanks riding from
and then these are the type of people that get humanitarian.
their defectors who have grown to despise the U.S. government and the National Guard system, ever-growing atrocities committed against the people. And they took with them as many tanks from the Oakland military base and made their way to our territory. Of course, we had our suspicions, and after extensive ideological screening, the majority of them shown true loyalty to the revolution, and we were fast to be integrated into the People's Army. In a matter of days, the California National Guard will be unpleasantly surprised that the reactionary grip on the West Coast will soon be ended. Soon, armored liberators will crush their defenses all over the ones who fell into the great pits they are. We have the opportunity to mount an into a standing army, and we will take it with open hands. Only then can we bring forth the torch of revolution. Oh, we didn't get
Roger
to
that.
Dang.
Infantry, gather around me. Mount up.
I guess we need one for tanks. No! My home!
You got it.
Why are you all the way down here?
Go, go, go!
Unfortunate.
Move out! Position under control. Out.
That's conditions.
Position cleared and under control. Roger that. Let's move. Infantry, gather around me. Move out. Box one.
The anarchist Cat Girl Brigade and the Jacobin John Brown Brigade have escalated into an all-out firefight.
When you come down off my throne, operating through the unseen, I had a sense of feeling I'm the chosen one, yet I chose myself. I don't wanna hear like
I hope that, well, it was playing just straight up the Red Hot Chili Peppers, so I'm pretty sure the bot was getting pissed off. But at some point, what can you do? I do not want to do that.
Position under control. Out. Infantry, gather around me. Retreat! Go, go, go! Roger that.
So many of these dudes.
Fall back!
Get out of there. Tenants stabbed their former landlords. All around revolutionary chaos is consumed the nation. This kind of chaos only breeds fear, uncertainty, and instability as the APLA sensitive status in the ashes of war. Naturally, it's necessary to determine whether to encourage these forces. Anarchic justice.
Plug.
This. Yes. The original. Don't. See the picture. I wonder if that played as I'm playing in California. Damn it, the fire rises. Don't provoke it. Don't provoke the YouTube bot. I like the Revolutionary Tribunals. Crush reactionary thought. I think the PSL is the best to lobby for. Probably, right? Or the Jacobins. Do like the centralized approach.
Follow me, man.
How am I gonna work this? Alright, time for a reorganization. I wonder if I should just
All clear.
I should just evacuate these guys and just try to defeat the state government while it's distracted. Because these guys are way more annoying. I might do that actually. Alright, pack it up. Get out.
Roger that.
No way. Adam Waffen disappears into the ether. Well, that's one, worst path saved. gonna get rid of music.
Follow me, man.
Oh, volunteers are already putting in the work. You all lined up?
You got it.
Almost. Alright, go, go, go. Take back Fresno.
Go, go, go!
Then we'll turn and smack the state government. Hard, hard, hard.
Control restored. Well done.
Oh, the Arabian Republic. Okay. After 2 months of intense fighting across California and blah blah blah, has requested access to APLA controlled territory. City suburbs. Red City is a bastion of stability before the war. It seems the city is on the verge of complete societal breakdown. Slums have already started to be formed. These slums characteristically lack clean water and the centers of disease. Well, letting the Red Cross into our territory would undoubtedly help the situation, alleviating the upcoming crisis. The entire situation would be embarrassing for both the legitimacy of the government as well as the war effort. Unrestricted reporting by aid workers may allow for lies to be spread abroad and impede the attempts to gain international recognition. War support? We need full war support.
Infantry, gather around me.
And of course the state government.
Enemy troops identified. Do you copy? Enemy troops identified. Do you copy?
So here, quit
Box one. Infantry, gather around me.
Jackson Hinkle, political commentator turned that is a real guy. It's been gaining momentum. Reckless that his successful acts was able to gain some popularity among Jacobite soldiers and deputies. Even meetings with Caleb Mock personally. We're now presented with options to either reward and promote him to higher rank position to prevent still rising popularity. We must reward able commanders accordingly.
Control restored. Well done.
Let's make him our star general. That would actually be pretty fun. Jackson Hinkle. Reckless media. Inspiring commander. Yes. He will be the star of our new state. Amidst the rubble and ruins of war-torn San Francisco, the revival of Robespierre French Volunteer Brigade met with jubilation and celebration. The streets, once filled with the sounds of destruction, now echo with cheers and applause, and so on and so on. So they spawn.
All clear.
So where's the guy that yeah, this guy. And he's a Jacobin too.
Enemy weakening key positions. Over. Box 1, Box 1.
Hey,
You got it.
this. Agency of Socialist Security. In the chaos of the Second American Civil War, the divisional government of the APLA has come to face a dire question. Stability. Obviously, we need a central police force. DDR, Department for the Defense of the Revolution. I love it.
You got it.
We can do it.
We're getting wasted. Fall back. Position under control. Out.
Thank you, International
Move
Volunteers.
out. Position cleared and under control. Medic!
We gathered ideologically allied volunteers for help. Oh wow. Ooh, that's not bad.
Roger that. Position cleared and under
Back into
control.
those guys.
10-4.
And
Enemy weakening key positions. Over.
just hold there.
I need artillery support over here, sir!
Almost.
Move out!
Yes. Let's kill that, and then we can roll in the state government. Yes.
Let's move. Position under control. Out.
Ooh, that's a lot of bridge move.
All clear.
Oh, yep, they're dying. Oh, yes, so much attack. Formation, Youth Brigade. Second American Civil War engulfed the nation. A new generation rises from the ashes. Their hearts ablaze with the fire of socialist revolution. Putting in all walks of life. Youth Brigade, APLA, stand symbol of hope in a world torn apart by conflict. United by the fervor of their cause, they embrace the teachings of socialism and dedicate themselves to the pursuit of a better tomorrow. Trained in the independence. But I want centralism. It's not like it's a super hard choice, but it's the direction of where it will go. We can always make that up, right? We'll lobby for our Laurier. Bakersfield.
You got it.
Get over there. Get your butts over there.
Enemy awakening. Keep position, soldiers. Roger that. Mount up.
I'm happy with anybody but the neo-socialists.
All clear.
Why are you attacking into that? You fools!
All clear.
Oh, here's another French one.
Imagine somebody having
Get up there.
$32 million, $32 million, and this person has nothing. If you sleep, you can sleep.
Position under control. Out.
I mean, and these are the type of people that get humanitarian awards.
Perfect. The blood's actually... Oh my god, he's Jackson Hinkle. I think he's a real commentator. It's kind of hilarious. An operative. Sure? Centralized power must centralize power. Where's that? Oh. Centralize. stickers.
Position cleared and under control.
I should bring the tank.
Position under control. Out. Position under control. Out.
Really a cabby?
Marking target. You got it. Enemy weakening key positions. Over.
Thanks, Nicaragua. Good luck against those guys. No! Nicaragua, Cuba.
Roger that.
Well, the battle for the city had been raging for several long days. The fighting ended abruptly when the forces had reached the center of the city. The reason being that alongside his lieutenants, the Black Guerrilla family boss, Tavon White, surrendered peacefully without resistance. Once in custody, Mr. White requested to speak in the office. The officer he spoke to said Mr. White's message to the high command of the army, the message being an offer of BGF loyalty and full pardon.
Власть наша, вся система, она пытается сказать таким людям: ты одинок, ты одиночка. Сначала важно запугать, а потом сказать, что ты один. Важно не чувствовать себя одиноким, потому что на месте было
Former Black Guerrilla family members
чтобы ты чувствовал себя одиноким.
Круговая порука мажет, как копоть. Я беру чью-то руку, а чувствую, где ищу глаза.
the revolutionists were given pardon them.
Infantry, gather around me.
Get the heck out of
10-4. Move out.
here. There we go.
Position cleared and under control.
Oh, I would put your troops there.
You got it. Roger that.
Capture San Bernardino.
Follow me, man.
Swept over parts of the West Coast, and the number of citizens calling themselves proud to be part of our great nation swelled. An emergency meeting. National Army of American Liberation is called to order. Seals strong. My will is even stronger. Oh, Mr. White. You are looking strong today.
Infantry, gather around me.
Yep, state government is finished.
Roger that.
Arrive on San Bernardino. What are you doing?
Position cleared and under control.
I can't see. There's so much in the way.
You got it.
But I feel like I can drive.
Roger that. Hit it! Move out!
The capital's Imperial County. Oh, never mind. They're done for. That is the South wrapped up. Wrapped up in cheesecloth. Comrade Hinkle, you've done your work well.
Roger that.
Now, take out these creeps. Your guys' time has come. And the Hinkle. Attack. Did you lose your stuff already?
All clear.
Finally. These are clearly reactionary, right? Oh, Commander Hinkle. Yeah, becomes a generator. Yay!
Roger that.
Defeating them all.
Roger that. Roger that.
Campaigns? Ooh.
Position under control. Out. Roger that. Infantry, gather around me.
Long yay.
All clear.
Oh, Comrade Preisner. I think everything in place.
Position under control. Out.
Oh, the the North Korean and Cuban. Oh, there's Cascadia. Mr. Trump. You're not looking too good, are you? How's they haven't capped anyone. That's good. Only the NSM or the Levoxian MSM. Oh, just take Longview, you idiot. We need to take. Just take Longview. That's all you need. Then you can kill yourself. Anyway, time to finish off the state militia. Second American Revolution raging on for a few months, hundreds of thousands of Americans displaced by the cities, and so on. Oh, that's a lot of dead. That is a lot of dead. We have none, though. 65 billion.
$2 million, and this person has nothing, and you can sleep, you can still go to the movies about, I mean, and then these are the type of people that get humanitarian awards.
We have enough stability. Give me. Don't let me take on debt. Leaning central. Great. Ooh, better. Easy. Cuba.
Position cleared and under control.
Where is the freaking tank?
Control restored. Well done. Retreat! Move out! Move out! Position cleared and under control.
soundtrack is so good.
Roger that. Roger that. Move out! Get it! Position under control. Out. Position under control. Out. Roger that. Follow me, man. Follow me, man.
Go, Cuba, go. A proper modern military force. The flag flies from Washington State, Washington, D.C. Oh, that's beautiful. Go, go, go.
Go, go, go!
Don't pause.
Get it!
Yeah. Who's Always with the waves. I wonder what that's.
All clear. Position under control. Out. We're getting wasted! Fall back! Position under control. Out.
Yes.
Move out!
Oh, Bradley. Victory parade in Sacramento. We've done it. We've liberated California from capitalism, from fascism. Victory parade in Sacramento. The fascists flee, the reactionaries hide, the capitalists hang as the city of Sacramento is taken by our forces. We have fought hard for this. As the tanks and infantry march in the streets, they are cheered on and greeted by the many free peoples of the city. It took us weeks as the National Guard was dug into the city. Rumors of extreme violence against the common man in the city reached our ears. Rumors that ranged and energized our forces, for they knew what was at stake. They knew what they were fighting for. Celebrations continue in Sacramento already. Plans being made to spread our revolutionary spirit further, deeper into reactionary territory. We were in luck, but most of the people of the West Coast shared our desire for total liberation. Sadly, that is not the case deeper in. The struggle will grow and more obstacles are in the way. The end goal is what makes it worth fighting for. Socialism's second chance. And with California liberated, I think we're going to put a pin in it for now, but I'm having so much fun. I'm having so much fun, and I'm absolutely coming back to this. But it is getting late, and I do business tomorrow, so I will be calling it here for now, but save, and I'm going to be champing at the bit. Chomping at the bit to come back to this. Coming back to the APLA and the revolution. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed our little romp and window into what could have been, maybe. But anyway, that's it for now. So it is with pride in my heart that I must bid you farewell, comrades. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I'll see you on the next one. I'm not sure when that's going to be. I'll try and have a schedule by Saturday. I might feel up to streaming on Friday or not, or I don't know. Work can tend to be heavy on my shoulders sometimes, but I'm absolutely gonna come back to this. Whether it be Friday or next week, I'm having a blast. I just wish I had, infinite time and I didn't have to sleep. But that's fantasy candy. Anyway, so maybe look out for a schedule on Sunday. I don't know. I'll try and get my act together. Put one out. And maybe look out on Friday. But if not, then we'll see each other when we see each other. I'm glad we could have this time together. And I wish you a great night. Anyway, I'm Azazel, and I'm here to say a bye-bye now. A bye-bye now. I said a bye-bye now. Have a great night.